Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Mirage doing the Permadeath mode. Going to continue on. We've done 8 hours and 42 minutes and 12 seconds so far without dying or desyncing in any other way. Did about a 10-hour stream of this last week, so let's jump back into it.
أرأيت اللوحة؟ وصل المزيد من العقود.
عناية جيدة ولكنها أيها المجنون.
تحدث طويلا. علي إحضار بعض الكوس واللفت للزوجة.
Hello, KC. How's it going? Okay, so I've got my thumbnail for the YouTube export done. Alright, so we've assassinated one. Well, I mean, in this game, there's not just like one main target for each mission. There's multiple targets. But in terms of like main targets, we've dealt with 2 so far. You going good? KC, that's excellent. Good to hear that. As for me, I'm doing well. I'm having a good Wednesday. Middle of the week. All that is seen. Talisman, not worried about that. Alright, let's have a look-see. Alright, 5 points. This is what I wanted to get. Engineer. You can select the second tier 1 tool upgrade. So instead of only being able to have 1 variable for tier 1, you can actually activate 2. That's what I wanted to work on. I'm getting. Basim.
سلاما يا صاحبي.
أهلا ومرحبا.
إذا كنت تستطيع تحسين هذا.
هاك ما لدي.
Okay, so let us check. Alright. I like to increase the time it takes. There we go.
أرأيت ما يكفي؟
أود الاستفادة.
تفضل. أهذا كل شيء؟
أشكرك على مساعدتك.
إلى اللقاء.
لن تتم العقود نفسها بنفسها.
Afro, where's that line from? Savaged every soul. That's one of the videos before you go and do an assassination of a main target. It's that one that you can get into by taking on the clothes of one of the prisoners.
تحياتي.
سررت بك.
لنرى ما المتاح.
تفضل رجاء. يمكن دائما تعزيز تسليح المرء. خيار ممتاز. يحاك الموت بعناية بمثل هذه الإبر. أكثر فتكا. لا شيء آخر.
يجب أن أنصرف.
مع السلامة.
قاتلت أولئك الشاحبين ذوي الشعر الطويل.
من المقرر أن ترتفع الضرائب أيضا.
After the problem with AC black boxes, there's usually only one way of actually killing the main target. Like, other than stealing the clothes of a patient, getting close that way, you see no alternative way. Yeah, I never even tried to see if you can just go in there, you know, and enter combat mode straight away, so to speak. Just go in there, swords shining. There we go. That's something to say instead of guns blazing. Run in, sword shining, or gleaming. Running in, sword gleaming. Not enough scenarios to really call it black box like it's in Hitman. Yeah. The thing about Hitman as well is that because the structure of it is more that's the mission, you know, like whereas in this it's sort of like, you know, you got the open world part acts as kind of like a hub, so to speak, and then when you've done the required stuff to unlock the assassination, that's when you go through to it. Whereas obviously in the Hitman games, it's like, here's the level. Here's the target. Do whatever you need to do to successfully kill them. And there's multiple ways you can go back in and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know as well. Because recently there was some leaks about Assassin's Creed Infinity, and it's looking more and more like Ubisoft just wants to create a money-making factory And, you know, they say, oh yeah, you know, there'll be mini battle passes that have story that you can do, and it's like, yeah, but are you going to make it where the only way to experience an aspect of the story that if you don't do the battle pass makes the story not make sense? You know, like, are they going to do that? Or are these stories self-contained stories? You know, then there's these projects apparently that characters will be able to do and stuff, and I'm like, ugh. Like, I don't know. It's making every time there's some new like rumor about what they're doing, it just becomes harder and harder for me to be a fan of the series moving forward. It's just like it just all becomes busy work. It's like, you know, do I really want to spend time, you know, doing this thing? Like, let's say you really enjoy the story of Assassin's Creed Red. Will the story actually end though? Or will they keep on bringing out battle passes for that game to continuously keep it going, you know, and get people continuously buying the new battle pass and just, you know, so, I mean, yeah, it is cool that you have a hub, and if you want to go into Red, you can just jump into it, and then boom, you're already back into it, and then do whatever you want to do, but there's just all these other stuff that's rumored where it's just like, ugh. Ubisoft not learning their lessons. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you end up completely getting overridden and buried by your mistakes. And so that'll be Ubisoft's fate if they don't pull their head out of their butt. Okay, see, Ezio robes look good in this atmosphere. They do, yeah. I was very happy when I was able to get it for this game. It's good to see. It's good to see because normally it's Ezio's Brotherhood outfit that gets some sort of scene. Afro, also great news. AC Red confirmed to have live service elements. Exactly, Afro, yeah. Yeah, it's just exactly overly complicated. It's just like with that kind of model, you're only really aiming towards people who love the gameplay loop and love the sensation of achieving something and then having something else to achieve. And there's nothing wrong with that, like, for sure, but they're trying to oversaturate their own games by their content. And these sort of like story things, what will they be? Oh, such and such, my thing was stolen. Can you get it back for me? Sure. 10 enemies killed later. Here you go. Here's the thing that you wanted. Oh, thank you. Like, is there going to be any sort of like, is there going to be any strong story impact stuff? Like, is the character going to have to question their allegiance to the assassins or something, you know, through doing this thing? You know what I mean? Like, what story is there going to be in it? You know, because otherwise they just come across as glorified side quests. But you look at Valhalla and you look at their what was it called? Not Lords of the Fallen. Whatever they did that was like a roguelike thing. Well, that's what they seem to be wanting to do with AC Infinity and Red and all that kind of stuff. Is like, ugh. KC monetized like crazy. That's it. Yeah. And that's all they're, you know, wanting to do. You know, they're not trying to put any substance into anything. It's all surface level, short-term gratification kind of stuff. You know, And this is the thing, right? Like, at the very least, if they were going to separate things and say, right, these Assassin's Creed games will be tied into the Infinity ecosystem, and these games that are going to fit into that, they're smaller scaled things. But we're going to do other games that aren't part of that, that are standalone, that can be big or small, and that's what we're going to do. But it seems now they want each game to be I don't know, it's hard to describe. But the way that they want their things to be now, it's just they just want that over and over again. It's like live services, that's like if every single game that ever was made was a first-person shooter, for example, it's like where's the differences? Where's the ingenuity? Where's the, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want Assassin's Creed to become a chore, you know? It's like, oh, you know, I've got to grind 10 hours to do this thing, to access this part of the story that may or may not actually be done well, but they want me to do it, and then, oh, look at this transaction thing. Oh, look, I can make their shoes blue. Wonderful. After they really are making things overly complicated and bite them in the butt. It well and truly will, eventually. But then again, there's people out there who will still give them money for mediocrity.
ثمة فرد من الثعابين قريب.
And that's ultimately why they don't stop doing that stuff. Ubisoft. Hello, Rosie. Yeah, Allegiance is $9.99. Like, to finish this story, this side mission, you need to pay to unlock the ending of it. And then the ending is just an extra 5 seconds of dialogue, and then boom, credits. After they describe it as a mini battle passes, small stories to unlock cosmetic stuff in the Japan game. Yeah. See, I think that they're just saying, like, I'm not saying that there won't be story content for it, but I don't think it'll be any story content that has any depth or meaning or any sort of, like, importance to the overall narrative. It'll just be a side quest, except, you know, it'll be structured like a mini game, you know.
ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقص.
It's just all very and blah. But yeah, I just don't want to like, it's like with doing a Ragnarok DLC for Valhalla. I was just like, I'll just watch cutscenes and find out what happens in the story. No, I don't need to see the actual. I don't need to play the game to see the cutscenes to then understand what's actually happened in the story. I can just basically watch the cutscenes without having to go through the playing of the game, and then just, you know, if what happens is you know, cool, then it'll be like, that's fair enough. I don't need to play it. I just already know what is what, so that's enough, kind of thing.
سينتهي أمرك.
امضي بعيد.
Afro, hell, you didn't even watch the cutscenes. You only ever played the France DLC. You just gave up. Nope. Yeah, I don't blame you, Afro. You know, it's just, it comes down to, do I even want to bother paying the money first? You know, like when Dawn of Ragnarok came out here in Australia, it was $60. $60 fucking dollars. Like Mirage, when it came out here, was like 70. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not paying $60 Australian to get a DLC. You fucking serious? It's just absolutely ridiculous. And then when they put that ad in Valhalla, I was like, no, I'm never gonna, you know, because I was entertaining the idea that, oh yeah, when the DLC comes, like, you know, down to $1, maybe I'll buy it. But now I'm not even going to do that out of spite because of the stupidity that they've done with the ads and stuff in Valhalla. Like, it's fucking annoying. It's like, imagine if you're sitting down watching a movie and it's not on television, there's no ads, but you're just watching a movie, and then all of a sudden the director of the movie bursts through your door and says, hey, come watch this other movie I've done, see ya, bye. It's like, I was watching that, you know. That's what it feels like when that ad plays in Valhalla for Dawn of Ragnarok.
سيموتون جزاء هذا كل واحد منهم. حان الوقت لنقاتل.
غضبك في محله، لكنك لن تنتصر في حرب يا علي. باسم، جيد، نحتاج إليك. لقد أخذ المرتزقة بعض المتمردين وقتلوهم في الميدان.
وطالبني رفيقك بالاختباء كفأر بينما يطاردون رجالي علانية.
لابد على الأقل من أن نعيد القتلى إلى أهلهم.
أما زلت تخشى قتال هؤلاء الشياطين يا بيشي؟
لا أخشى سوى أن نصبح مثلهم.
ليست المسألة بسيطة كما تبدو. لن يجازف الخليفة بإشعال حرب. هذا من عمل التنظيم.
سأعثر على المسؤولين عن ذلك إذن وأذبحهم مثل الكلاب.
سيعثر عليك التنظيم أولا. من المرجح أنهم يبحثون عنك أنت وبيشي بالفعل. إنك معروف عندهم جيدا. أما باسم...
علي، سأعثر على من فعلوا هذا وسأقتلهم جميعا. هذا وعدي لك.
باسم محق، دعه يتولى هذا، وعندما يموت المسؤولون عن ذلك سينسب إليك الفضل.
اتفقنا. لابد أن يعرف الجميع أنني الفاعل. سأعود إلى جرجرايا، لكنني لن أنتظر طويلا. باسم، سأقابلك عند البوابة.
وأنا سأحرص على إرجاع الجثث إلى أهلها حتى تدفن.
كان يمكن أن تسوء الأمور.
هل ترى أن هذا من عمل التنظيم؟
نعم، كما تعرف يدير الشرقية مرتزقة ترك يدفع لهم الخليفة، وهو نفسه مجرد دمية بيد التنظيم. يخبرني الجواسيس بأن أحد قيادات المرتزقة في الشرقية معهم.
أخبرني من هو وسأعثر عليه.
لابد أن نخطو بحذر، فالأجواء في الشرقية مشتعلة، والمتمردون مسلحون وأعدادهم تتزايد. قد يهجمون في أي وقت. أي هافوة قد تشعل حربا تهدد ألموت نفسها.
بما تنصح يا فولاذ؟
رافق علي إلى جرجرايا وتفقد الأرجاء. لابد من وجود شخص يعرف شيئا هناك. ويا باسم، أنجز عملك بسرعة، فأنت تدرك حجم الخطر.
Afro, I really don't get how you and Crook play that game every year. More power to you too. You just despise Valhalla. If you could refund it after 4 years, you would in a heartbeat. I don't blame you, Afro, you know, like, and there's some games where, like, when you play it first, you might enjoy it, but then over time, your view on it changes, and all that kind of stuff too, as well. the thing with Valhalla is that there is a lot in it that I really like, and it's strong enough to actually make me want to experience the story over and over again. But over the time, there's definitely content in that I can look at and say, this probably could have, like the story arcs, for example. Like that whole quest where you have to do the matchmaking with the alderman and his wife, and the wife wants to leave and go back to France, and he wants to reunite with his old lover. That could have been an optional story arc, because there's nothing really that character brings to the table later on anyway with the story, you know. So if that was a story arc that was optional, an alliance that was optional, all the alliances that are related to Eivor, Sigurd, Basim, the Order members and all that kind of stuff, they're the ones that should have been mandatory, but some other ones that aren't necessarily related should have just been optional. And the benefit then of doing those would be, maybe there's an advantage that you get later in the game by doing the optional ones as well. But if not, it's not going to put you at a point where you're going to suffer for not doing it, you know. I'm never going to do a 100% playthrough of Valhalla, like, no way. The most I'll do in the future, if I'm going to do more than just the main story, would probably be the Siege of Paris DLC and the Wrath of the Druids DLC, and just do the story in that. That's probably the extent to which I'll do any really long form sort of things. But there's enough in the game and enough stuff that is solid as far as Assassin's Creed goes that I come back to, but I do want to see them return to more, you know, games where we play as either a hidden one or an assassin. You know, they've done enough games where we don't play as one either at all for the whole game, or we just play as one who, you know, becomes one much later and stuff like that. But having characters that actually are, like, they don't all have to start off as one. Like in this game, you know, we see Basim actually become one. But it would also be cool to have some games where we have an assassin who was actually born in the Order, and we actually play as them through various stages of their training and their life, learning various things, and as they learn things, the player learns things, whether that's lore stuff or whether it's tutorial stuff, you know, and then have stuff that you can go back and do training for. Like, you might have an assassin who teaches you parkour tricks. You might have an assassin who teaches you combat tricks. You might have an assassin who teaches you stealth tricks, you know. Something like that, where the player can come back at any time and hone those skills and get used to certain things, you know. Something like that would be really cool. And something that can also make people who don't know anything about the series still feel like they're experiencing something. Which is why you would start off the game as an assassin born into it and being taught various things. You know, what is the creed? What does it mean about nothing is true, everything is permitted? What is the leap of faith all about? You know, all that kind of stuff. And layer it into the narrative so that as the character's learning about it, new players are learning about it. And as other players who already know about it are playing through the game, they can get extra benefits from extra story stuff. You know, I think one of the perfect things to do would be to set it between Assassin's Creed 1 and Assassin's Creed 2 in a different part of the world, start it early, and then maybe have your assassin character travel to different parts of the world as part of the narrative. And don't strictly just have one big open world that you play within, but have different parts of the world. So, you know, the character might go to India, and so you have a part of the world you have India as a whole big area that you can go and explore and do missions with, and the story can take you there, you know, and various things like that. I guess in a way, it's like, think of the Star Wars Jedi games where it's like you have these different planets you can go to, and the story takes you there. Have the same thing, but it's different parts of the world, and have you take that there. There is a rumor for a game that's like set in India, that deals with India, Aztec, and all that kind of stuff that they also said, but who knows what that could take. But, you know, maybe they're doing that with that game. Who knows?
لدي بعض الأسئلة يا فولاذ.
أرجو أن أجد إجابات لك.
ما الذي يريده المتمردون؟
إنك لا تعرف جيدا الفجوة بين الأغنياء والفقراء. لقد سئم الكثيرون الظلم ويريدون تغيير الأمور. كان معظمهم في البداية من العبيد، لكن الآن صار التجار والأثرياء وحتى بعض الأعيان يدعمون دعوة علي.
وهل ينوي علي أن يقودهم لإسقاط الخلافة العباسية؟
يعتقد علي أن الحكم يجب أن يكون للأكفأ وليس للثري أو شريف النسب فحسب. من سخرية القدر أنه يعتبر نفسه الأكفأ ويزعم أنه ينحدر من آل البيت لدعم ادعائه.
حدثني عن الزنج.
إنها قصة مريرة. الزنج قوم اختطفوا من أوطانهم في القرن الأفريقي وأحضروهم هنا للعمل في الحقول من أجل الأثرياء.
هم عبيد إذن؟
إنهم مأجورون لكنهم ليسوا أحراراً، ومثل جميع البشر يرغبون في أن يكونوا أسياد أنفسهم.
ماذا تعرف عن جرجرايا؟
إنها قرية صغيرة في الجنوب وموطن قوم منقسمين بين غني وفقير. يوجد أغلب الزنج هناك. غدت أيضا مأوى لأولئك الذين أتوا إلى بغداد وفشلوا في العثور على عمل.
لا عجب أن عليا تلقى الدعم هناك.
أجل، أماكن قليلة بها ذلك الانقسام الحاد بين الذين يملكون كل شيء والذين لا يملكون أي شيء.
Hello there, Gamer Loop. I'm doing very good, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself? How's things with you? Now that I've got this part here, and I just thought of it, I'll talk about it, but I don't mind it in Assassin's Creed games where you have dialogue choices as a general concept, but I would really prefer it if the extent to which you had dialogue options was like in this game, where if you don't care about this information, you just don't talk to the character, or you exit out and you just walk off. But if you want to learn more about the characters, learn more about what's going on in the part of the world at the time, or whatever, then have dialogue options. So this is how I prefer it. And at all, like if I could have my way, I'd be like dialogue choices completely gone. But the extent to which I would accept them is this extent, where it's just like getting extra information that isn't needed to play the game. It's just maybe you want to know as the player. Maybe you want to know about the rebels, and you can ask that question. Maybe you want to know more about the character, but do away with your choices determine some event or ending or something. Just get rid of multiple endings, unless it's part of the narrative where the ending that you get is a glitched memory that doesn't actually tell you what actually happened, and so the final thing is actually doing that. But they've already done that with Assassin's Creed Liberation, so they would probably be repeating that. But yeah, Game Loop really good here. Just a little frustrated from yesterday as your game save file became corrupt, so now you have to play AC Brotherhood all over again. Oh, that really sucks, Game Loop, that happened. I'm sorry to hear about that. That kind of thing is just so annoying. I've only had it happen to myself once, touch wood, but it was definitely very annoying. You just think about all that progress that you made. I'm glad to hear that you're going good otherwise, but I can definitely understand your frustration over what happened though.
ماذا عنك يا فلان؟ كيف وصلت إلى المستترين؟
يجدر بهذه القصة أن تروى حول نار دافئة بعد وجبة مشبعة.
ألن تخبرني بأي شيء؟
كانت أمي محظية لدى أبي. خافت زوجته المفضلة من أن أتمكن من المطالبة بإرثي فطردت كلينا. نشأت في الصحراء وحدي. كانت الحيوانات أصدقائي، الطيور بشكل خاص. فهمنا بعضنا.
ذلك يفسر حبك للصقور.
بعدما اشتد عودي رآني أحد المستترين أصطاد مع طيوري. أحضرني إلى الأخوية ولزمتها.
If Valhalla was to ever have a DLC, it'd be cool to have a DLC of Roshan as well as Fulad. I think that'd be cool. Anyway, it's like, here's a list of things that would be good or that I would love to see that Ubisoft will never do. And if I actually put it into a list, it'd probably be a few pages. Game Loop for real, but nonetheless, AC Brotherhood being really good, you don't mind. Well, that's definitely the silver lining to look at as well. At least it's in a game that you actually enjoy, not a game where you weren't really enjoying it that much and you just wanted to keep on going till you finished it, but then you're like, oh great, I've got to redo all those hours worth. Good thing it's a game that you enjoy.
شكرا يا فولاذ، هذا يكفي حاليا. ينتظرني علي عند البوابة لأذهب معه إلى جرجرايا.
باسم.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Oops. Hang on. It's still saving. I didn't mean to take the photo. I wanted to go into preview. Alright. I always say this every time I play this game, and I probably say it every time I stream it, but modders, even though I don't play this game on PC, but modders, mod this outfit that Ali wears for Basim to wear. I really do like this outfit a lot. I like the design, I like the style, I like the color, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Would love to see this, and even if it becomes an official thing, I'd love to see this as like an outfit or an appearance that you could actually get for Basim.
يا علي.
أنت مستعد؟ لنذهب.
لنذهب.
علينا الرحيل إلى جرجرايا.
أيها المتوحش، كف عن ذلك. هل فقدت صوابك؟
لا يبدو ذلك
لا تبتعد عني كثيرا. أنتم غريبون أيها المستترون، تمنحونني أسلحة لا أستخدمها وترجعون الفضل إلي في انتصاراتكم.
كانت الحرب لتؤذي الجميع، خاصة أنت.
ذلك حديث أسيادك. ألا يزعجك أن من تطيعهم هم من يضعون القوانين التي تطالبك بالطاعة؟
إنهم لا يتحكمون بي. أنا حر وأقاتل كي ينال الآخرون حريتهم أيضا.
كل ما تفعله هو في صالح المستترين. ذلك نوع غريب من الحرية.
المستترون هم عائلتي، لا يوجد تعارض.
كما تشاء.
عشت في الشوارع من قبل ولم أستجب لأحد غيري، لكنني لم أكن حرا.
والآن بينما يملي عليك الآخرون من تكون، أتنعم بحرية أكبر؟
لا يمكنك أن تفهم.
بل أفهم أكثر منك.
هناك شخص آخر.
جرجرايا.
علي، أنت هنا. الحمد لله. أعرف أنك ستثأر لنا.
Imagine if running over that rabbit desynchronized me.
الوقت غير مناسب. إذا كنت حرا حقا فلما يدور الصراع داخلك؟
ماذا تعني؟ لا يوجد صراع.
أرى أن هناك صراعا بين ما تفكر فيه وما تشعر به. لن تعثر على الحقيقة أبدا ما لم تكن صادقا مع نفسك أولا.
لا يمكن لأحد أن يعرف ما يفكر فيه شخص آخر.
لا يمكن لأحد عادي، لكن انظر إلي، أنا لا أنصاع لأحد
أود أن ألقي نظرة في الأنحاء قبل عودة بيشي إلى جرجرايا مع الجثامين.
سيكون هذا تصرفا حكيما. الناس هنا غاضبون بالفعل. ستسوء الأمور بعد الدفن. هناك مقهى بالجوار ومرتادوه يثرثرون. قد تسمع شيئا هناك عمن يختطف رجالنا.
وماذا ستفعل؟
لدي تحقيقات خاصة لأجريها. قابلني هنا إذا اكتشفت شيئا.
مرحبا، اجلس من فضلك أو اطلع على مجموعة الشاي المنتقاة بعناية لدي، الأفضل في بغداد.
يبدو هذا كالمقهى الذي ذكره علي.
أيعجبك الشاي سيدي؟
إنه بارد. أحضر لي غيره وسخنه هذه المرة.
حاضر سيدي، أعتذر بشدة.
يختفي عبيد زنج ممتازون ويبقى أشخاص بلا كفاءة مثلك. اسكت وأحضر الشاي.
سمعتك تقول إن عبيدا قد اختفوا.
من أنت؟ كيف تجرؤ على التحدث إلي؟ اغرب عني.
أيها الناس، هل وجباتكم تافهة الطعم مملة؟ هل تجدون تناول الطعام عملا رتيبا غير ممتع؟ ما عليكم سوى البحث عن أحمد العطار
هناك أحد أعضاء الثعابين. علي تقصي الأمر.
قضمة، والخليفة يؤيد هذه الرسالة.
إن شخصا يحب الشاي لن يقاوم هذا.
Give the brick of tea.
أتتعطشون إلى المعرفة وتتحركون إلى الاكتشاف؟
المعذرة مجددا، هل ذكرت عبيدا مفقودين؟
أخبرتك أن تبتعد. أتريد أن أستدعي الحارس؟
من الواضح أنك رجل رفيع الذوق. أود منحك قالب من الشاي مقابل قليل من وقتك.
ظننت أنني... مهلا، شاي؟ لا بأس، لكن بسرعة قبل أن يراني أحد أتحدث إليك.
قلت إن عبيدا من الزنج قد اختفوا.
لا أفهم ما علاقتك بالأمر، لكن أجل، شخص غريب من أولئك المتمردين كان يقلقل العبيد، وبعد أن تحدث إليهم اختفوا. لا شك أنه أحد معارف علي بن محمد مثير المتاعب. هذا ما أعرفه. ارحل قبل أن يراني شخص ذو شأن أتحدث إلى شخص مثلك.
رأيت بنفسي الفوضى.
أيها الناس، اسمعوا وعوا. هل سمعتم آراء متعاطفة مع المستمرين؟ كلمات طيبة للرسول الذين هربوا من أسيادهم وتركوا واجبهم؟ يسعى العيون وراء الأخبار عن أولئك.
ما هذا؟
تعمل وتعمل وعلى ما تحصل لا شيء.
في أي وقت
العبيد الملعونون أعاملهم جيدا وأطعمهم ثم يختفون ولا يبقى أحد للعمل.
قد يتحدث إذا تمكنت من إعادته لوعيه.
Hey Sheila, welcome. It's going really good, thank you. How about yourself? No restarts yet, no. And if there is a restart, that's when the playthrough finishes. Because I've done a lot of content. I did 10 hours worth of gameplay. The game tracks it as 8 hours, but if I end up messing up at some point, I'll just end the stream and then do something else, stream something else. But yeah, no restarts.
حان وقت استعادة الوعي.
يكفي، أنا أفضل.
من الخطير أن تثمل في مقهى. كان من الممكن أن يقبضوا عليك.
تعرضت للمتاعب مؤخرا.
قلت إن بعض عبيدك مفقودون.
حقا؟ أنا لا أذكر. ليسوا مفقودين فحسب، بل اختفوا.
لا يختفي الأشخاص هكذا.
ليلة أمس لم يعد من الحقول 2 من عبيدي. لم يرى أحد شيئا. لقد اختفيا، تبخرا.
لذا فقد فكرت أن تثمل في مقهى عام.
حسنا، أجل. رأسي. انظر، لا تخبر أحدا. سأعود للمنزل لأستلقي.
أنت هنا بهذا الاتجاه.
Oh, that's good, Sheila. I'm glad to hear that. Hope you had a good rest. You can chill a bit long before you have to get up, which is nice. Oh, excellent. That's cool. It's good when things work out that way.
هل أردت شيئا؟
ليس هنا. هناك الكثير من الآذان، إذا فهمت ما أعنيه. نعم يا سيدي، أنواع الشاي المميزة محفوظة في الخلف بهذا الاتجاه. انتبه لخطواتك. اتبعني. تصرف بشكل طبيعي. حسنا، لا أحد هنا.
حسنا، يبدو أننا وحدنا. ماذا أردت؟
المعذرة على المبالغة في الأمر، لكن لا يعلم المرء من يراقبه، والتسلل مثير للحماس نوعا ما. رأيت وشاحك الأحمر وسمعتك تتحدث عن العبيد المفقودين. اختفى عبد آخر من منزل ريفي قريب.
كيف تعرف هذا؟
أنا صديق للعائلة. كان الزوج أحد الذين قتلوهم، والابن الآن مفقود أيضا. والدته أنهكها القلق. ظننت أن بمقدورك مساعدتها.
أخبرني بمكان هذا المنزل الريفي.
إنه في جهة الغرب. لا يمنح العبيد ثقتهم بسهولة، لكن إذا استطعت أن تفعل شيئا فسأعتبره معروفا شخصيا.
علي العودة إلى علي وإخباره بما اكتشفته.
يا إلهي الرحيم.
اسمعوني يا أهالي بغداد. يسر الخليفة أن يشارككم العالم.
Something I'll say about this game's story that I feel lets it down is the pacing is a little sluggish. It's one of the things that is a leftover from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Like, I like the idea of doing investigations again, and I like how they've wrapped it into the actual story. But still, there's some elements of this game's story that feels like filler, and it could have been cut out and made like a side quest or something. Hey Casper, you think you might do a similar run but one on steroids? New Game Plus, highest difficulty, permadeath, Japanese voices. Thanks, Rod. How about you also do it without the HUD and no fast travel and can't take any damage. Can't even take any damage. the only bit of advice I can give people who want to do this mode. Now I'm only doing it on easy, but that's because I didn't want this playthrough to be like I must keep going until I get it, so I'll play it on a higher mode. It was just, I just want to test it out. And then 10 hours later, I hadn't desynced. So I was like, okay, I'll continue the playthrough.
لا أعلم شيئا عما تسألني عنه. أعرفت أنني أسمع ما يفكر به الرجال؟ لا تريد إخباري، لكنك ستفعل.
Yeah, Casper, the stealthiest of the stealthiest assassins. But one advice I would give is take your time with the game, and when in doubt, don't try and jump off of something, even if it's jumping into a haystack, because sometimes in Assassin's Creed games, the alignment isn't right. Especially if you're fast traveling to a viewpoint and you think that the haystack should just be where the game puts you, or facing the way that the game puts you, and then you jump and then your character dies. So yeah, try and climb down with the parkour down as much as you can.
لا ينبغي لنا فعل ذلك. سيعود علينا هذا بالمشكلات فحسب.
مشكلات أكثر من القتل. لقد ذبحوا إخوتنا. كيف لك ألا تفهم؟
ما هذا يا علي؟ ليس هذا ما اتفقنا عليه.
أنا أفعل ما يتوجب فعله. لا أحتاج إلى موافقتك. هل اكتشفت شيئا؟
يختفي العبيد من جميع أنحاء جرجرايا. أحدهم اختفى من منزل ريفي بالجوار. سأذهب إلى هناك وأرى ما يمكنني العثور عليه.
جيد. كان صديقنا هذا يمضي صباحه في الميناء يقابل شخصا نظنه من وشاة الخليفة. يمكنك العثور على هذا الواشي واللحاق به حتى ترى ما يقودنا إليه ذلك، وأثناء ذلك سنجبر أنا وبيشي صديقنا على التحدث.
هذا خطأ يا علي.
دعنا نرى.
علي البحث عن الواشي ومساعدة الأرملة في العثور على ولدها المفقود. أنا قريب للغاية من الميناء. علي المغادرة والعودة لاحقا. هذا هو الميناء. لابد أن يكون الواشي هنا في مكان ما.
عاري الرأس أصلع مثل البيض.
هيا أفتح الطريق. الزميل الذكي ابن لوقا بن العاد. ألديك رغبة في البيع أم لا؟
لا أقل. ذلك عرض الأخير تقريبا.
إذا أقبل علي
هيا لا داعي للخجل. يمكنك معاينة الجو.
أنا قريب للغاية من الميناء. علي المغادرة والعودة لاحقا.
صاحب الشرطة يدير حراسة
لا ملاحظات اليوم. علي الذهاب. اقترب الوقت.
وقت ماذا يا ترى؟ علي اتباعه، لكن يجب ألا أدعه يراني. تلك هي العلامة. هيا لنرى إلى أين سأذهب. ظننت أنك ستهرب مني؟
بالأمان من الفيضان هنا أبدا. أتتذكر التوقف منذ عامين الذي
على
راجعت
الأقل
الأمر
أعتقد
100
أنهم
مرة.
قساوسة.
من المستحيل أن أتمكن من استنساخ نتائجه.
في أرضية
لو كان ابن
متماثلة.
موسى على قيد
يضعون
الحياة فقط.
تناسوتهم
لدي فيض
ويمرون
من
دائماً
الأسئلة
في
التي
الصمت.
أريد تقديمها
حاولت
إليه.
التكلم مع أحدهم.
هل قرأت
فتجاهل
أحد
كل
ذلك إذا
لو استطعت لقايضتني حياتي.
لدي معلومات جديدة. لقد وصلت.
بماذا جئت؟
ناهيك عن العبد الذي أخبرتك عنه. هناك شخص يحوم في أنحاء جرجرايا يثير التساؤلات.
أهو من أبلغنا عنه آخر مرة؟ مفتعل للمشكلات. بيشي.
هذا شخص جديد. يبدو أن أحدا لا يعرف عنه شيئا.
ما نفع حديثنا؟ أنا أحمل رسائل إلى الزعيم. عد عندما تحصل على اسمه.
هدايا من الأموال أو الأسلحة، لكنه مشغول بتأمين أراضيه.
إذا غلبت النعاس فاصفع.
لقد أخبره أنه عندما يعود أبي من الحج لكن حلمه أن يعمل مع حنين بن إسحاق. آمل أن يسير الأمر بشكل جيد.
لدي أبناء يجب إطعامهم.
كان بالفعل.
هل ستجري مماحكة على فلس نحاس؟ خذها أو اتركها.
الخصيب هو من هذا لا يحدث كل يوم.
كان هذان الشخصان يجمعان المعلومات لشخص يدعى طوغان بن أرسلان. لا بد أن أعثر على طوغان هذا، لكن أولا يجب أن أساعد الأرملة في العثور على ولدها المفقود. لعل بين الأمرين صلة.
Hello there, Spectrum. Things are going good, thanks. I'm having a good Wednesday. How's things with you? Really, Spectrum? Couldn't sleep? It's 2:30 a.m. for you? Yeah. Well, I hope that you can get some sleep eventually, and that it's a really good sleep that you can get. But yeah, that'd be annoying as well, not being able to sleep, especially if you really want to.
ليس ولدي أيضا. لن أخسره كما خسرت والده. ربما هو آمن في مكان ما. قد يكون تائها. لا، لقد رحل. لم أحظى بفرصة لجمع الزهور لجنازة زوجي، والآن رحل ولدي أيضا.
لابد أن هذا هو المكان المنشود. ثمة فرد من الثعابين قريب. لابد أن هذا هو المكان المنشود. يا للمرأة المسكينة، سيتعين علي كسب ثقتها. المعذرة.
من أنت؟ ماذا تريد؟
سامحيني، لم أقصد أن أفزعك. أخبرني مالك المقهى عن مصابك. قد أتمكن من المساعدة.
لا أعلم كيف. أنا لا أعرفك.
إنك تحتاجين إلى زهور لدفن زوجك. فقدت مثلك أشخاصا مقربين، لكنني لم أتمكن من دفنهم. سيشرفني إذا سمحت لي أن أقدم لك ما لم أتمكن من تقديمه لأصدقائي. سأجمع هذه الزهور.
غالبا ما كان يجلب لي زوجي بعضا من الزعيطمان. إذا أحضرت لي بعضها فسأضعها على قبره ماء يدفن كهدية أخيرة مني.
سأفعل ذلك. ستكون الزهور بالجوار. علي البحث في الأرجاء.
With the rumors for AC Infinity, and they're talking about mini battle passes that have story to them. I wonder if some of those will be just go and get this item and then take it back to the person, done. Boom. Now you got 1 XP point. You need 500,000 to get what you're after. 100 battle passes later. You now have 200 XP points. But you still need whatever number I said, I can't remember now. You still need the other amount.
تبدو هذه كالزهور التي أحتاج إليها. إنها زهور جميلة. كانت لتسر أصدقائي.
Now what makes this different is we have someone who has lost their husband and they're afraid of losing their son. We have someone who has lost both of their parents, and this quest to get this flower may seem like just a, fetch quest, but there's something that the main character says that makes it applicable to them personally, as well as something to help get the information that they want. I don't mind stuff like that. But if you're going to do like fetch quests, at least have some kind of like thing that's about them other than just, hey, I lost my wallet. Go find it for me. Ah, there's the wallet. Hey, I found your wallet. Thank you. Bye. End of exchange. At least have something like, I lost my wallet once. I know what it's like. I'll make sure I find it for you. And then you go and get the wallet, and then the guy's like, oh, thank you so much. I'm so relieved. It's like, please let me reward you with, I don't know, access to an area that, I only have special, just something,
جلبت لك الزهور مع خالص مواساتي.
إنها زهور رائعة. كم أحبها زوجي. شكرا لك. أهناك ما أفعله من أجلك؟
أحاول أن أكتشف من يأخذ العبيد من جرجرايا. أعلم أن ولدك مفقود.
أجل، خسرت والده. لن أستطيع تحمل خسارته أيضا.
أيمكنك إخباري بما كان يفعله قبل أن يختفي؟
عندما أخذوا والده صار تعيسا وبدأ يخرج ليلا، لكنه لم يعد الليلة الماضية.
سألقي نظرة في الأنحاء، لعل شيئا هنا يشير إلى ما حدث. يمكنني أن أقتفي آثار ولدها في هذه الأنحاء. ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقصي الأمر. يوجد الكثير من الآثار هنا. تؤدي الآثار إلى ذلك المبنى الصغير. أحتاج إلى العثور على طريقة للدخول. رسالة. إنه يذكر علي إخبار والدته بما عثرت عليه. عثرت على رسالة من ولدك، كان يبحث عن الرجال الذين أخذوا والده.
ذلك الفتى الأحمق.
لقد ذكر مزرعة قريبة. أتعرفين عما كان يتحدث؟
لا، تلك مزرعة طغان، إنها تعج بالمرتزقة. إذا ذهب إلى هناك، أرجوك اعثر على ولدي.
إذا كان حياً فسأعيده إليك، أعدك. ستكون مزرعة طوغان مشددة الحراسة. علي التحدث إلى علي بشأن الخطوة التالية.
إنني أسهر طوال الليل.
عدت أخيراً.
ماذا فعلت؟
ما وجب علي فعله.
هذا ما تبدو عليه حريتك؟
أنا لا أتبع عقيدتك ولا أستجيب لأمر المستترين. إنه ثمن الحرب.
سيخالفك بيشي الرأي.
لا يقود بيشي هذا التمرد. إنه يؤدي دوره وأنا أؤدي دوري. لكن يكفي. ماذا اكتشفت؟
اختطف العبيد المفقودون بأمر من شخص يدعى طوغان بن أرسلان. سيحدث أمر جلل قريبا، لا أعرف ما هو.
أما أنا فأعرف. قال هذا الرجل إنهم يستجوبون رجالي وسيقتلهم قائدهم بعدها في المنزل الفاخر.
ذكر الواشي اسم بيشي يا علي. إنهم يبحثون عنه.
ليبحثوا. حرر رجالي. سأشن الهجوم على المنزل الفاخر. قابلني بجوار المزرعة عندما تنتهي.
يبدو أن هذه المزرعة هي التي يحتجزون فيها رجال علي.
لا شأن لك هنا. مهلا، ما الذي يجري؟
حان وقت الاختفاء.
توقف عندك.
Oh, he can see through the straw building, can he? Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough, game. Just like I can see through a concrete wall. I gotcha.
سأكون منتظرا. سنكون مستعدين إذا طلبنا أحد.
رويدا.
ولا شيء. حسنا، الحذر يبقينا أحياء غراب.
ما هذا إذن؟
من وضع الشعلة هناك؟ أتعطش لإراقة بعض الدماء.
مهلا، ما ذلك؟ ماذا؟
مهلا.
على رسلك.
ماذا؟ احمني يا إلهي، توجد مقتلة.
توقيت سيء.
انتقلت إلى الدار الآخرة. ماذا؟
Murder. It was murder, indeed.
مهلا، ما كان ذلك؟
تنتظرك والدتك.
لن أعود الآن. لقد قتلوا والدي. سأقاتل مع الآخرين.
أنت شجاع. حسنا، قابل عليا خارج المزرعة. لابد أن هناك آخرين محتجزين في الجوار.
سيندم العبيد على عدم
مهلا. اللعنة عليك.
سوف تقاسي. لن تنجو أبدا.
أخرجناهم جميعا.
ظننا
ينبغي أن
أننا في
نقابل
عشاء
عليه.
الأموات. الله أكبر! الله أكبر!
لا إله إلا الله، والله أكبر. أسرع يا باسم.
هل الجميع هنا؟
ليمت طوغان بن أرسلان الآن. إننا ننتظرك.
أنا مستعد، فلنذهب.
اختطفوكم من منازلكم وكنتم أحرارا، وأحضروكم هنا لتموتوا في حقولهم عبيدا. ذبحوا إخوتنا كالكلاب في الشرقية، والآن قد اختطفوا المزيد منا.
لا، ليس بعد الآن.
وعدتكم بحياة جديدة، أعطيتكم كلمتي. ينضم إلينا المزيد يوميا من أقل أهل بغداد مكانة إلى أعظمها. إن الله معنا، فمسعانا حق، وقدرنا أن نحقق العدل. الله أكبر، الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله، والله أكبر.
لا إله إلا الله،
لا إله إلا الله.
إن الحكم إلا لله.
أين صديقك؟ سيد العبيد. أعلم من أنت أيها الشيطان.
أعلم أنني سأعجل بنهايتك.
إنه قاتل.
لا تدعه يختفي أو
تفشل انتفاضته.
يا لص، لن تفلت بفعلتك.
لن تكون عاقبة أمرك خيرا.
كل من تقابله في الشوارع هذه الأيام صار عالما بك.
عندما ينتشر خبر الانتصار سينضم العديد إلينا.
كان طوغان بن أرسلان يحمل أوامر. كان سينقل الأخبار إلى رؤسائه في نادي الشرطة في الشرقية.
قد يكون الرؤساء من أمروا بقتل المختطفين. أذكرت أسماؤهم فيها؟
إنها تستخدم أسماء حركية: الرخ، الأشمضاي. وحده التنظيم يستخدم مثل هذه الأسماء. سأذهب إلى النادي وأرى ما سأعثر عليه.
حظا طيبا. علي العودة وانتظار بيشي.
توخى الحذر يا علي. سيطارد الخليفة كلا منكما بعد هذا.
إذا أردنا التحرر فهناك أشياء لا يمكن الهرب منها.
ينبغي أن أذهب إلى نادي الشرطة في الشرقية.
It'd be funny if they had in future games when you can pet a cat or, well, a cat. Actually, depending on, you know, like let's say you've broken into someone's home or you've gone in somewhere and the owner has been killed and you go to pet the cat and the cat like scratches you or something. I don't know. Add some differences to how the animals react to you. Or have some cats that just simply look at you and then just walk off.
أيها الناس، يناشد الخليفة كل القادرين أن يعلموا أطفالهم ممارسة الشعائر الدينية على الوجه الصحيح. أترغبون في تعليم أطفالكم القرآن، القراءة والكتابة والحساب والنحو والشعر؟ ألحقوهم بدروس المكتب.
I love that how it taught, like, this is wood, it's not metal. Dear. Great logic. They just want you to use your knife. This is the other thing that's stupid, that I hope they get rid of. Make your characters able to use their weapons while on a perch. Why would a heavily trained, or not heavily, but why would a trained assassin not be able to pull out their sword while on a perch? Like, seriously, Ubisoft, come on. Like, yeah, you can do it when you're in there now, but to get in, telling me a character like Basim can't just, you know, unsheath their sword and smash open the thing and then jump in? No? It's like, fair enough, Ubisoft? Fair enough?
حيوان! أيها الحرس! اقبضوا عليه!
أتفتنكم حركة الكواكب؟ ويجذبكم تناغم الأفلاك؟ يسر الخليفة إعلان نجم العالم الشهير أن معشر الفلك.
يا إلهي الرحيم. أعترف بالأرض فقاسية جنوبا في
ما الذي يجري؟
نال جزاء ما اقترفت.
الأفضل أن أبقى مستترا.
قد يكون الأمر مملا هنا، لكن المواقع تعطي غالبا.
من الذي؟
علي التخلص من هذه.
أرجوكم أرسلوا المساعدة.
You know what? It makes me wonder sometimes. Do they know that people in real life probably can climb a wooden pole like that? If this was the year 2085 and things were still happening like this, I think we'd be like, come on, Ubisoft. What are you doing? Well, it's 2024 and there's things that they do with these games that make me go, why is this still a struggle for it to be something that can be done?
ها هو نادي الشرطة. الآن سأبحث عن طريقة للدخول.
It's like, no, your character cannot climb this 100% quickly because, you know, oh, no, wait, it can for this one instance, you know. A lot of stuff, it's like, try it. Oh, you're holding down all the buttons that you need to do. oh, you need to stop that because the only way to make the character be able to actually climb that is for you to stop pressing the buttons that you pressed to do the thing that pressing those buttons does, but we need you to stop doing that for a split second and then start doing it again, then it'll work. You know, inconsistencies like this. Like, imagine if a game came out that had all the restrictions that a game from 1990 had. You'd be thinking to yourself, why, after all this time, haven't they managed to, you know, get things to be at a level that you would expect modern games to be? There's just certain things that you would expect for them to work out after, you know, like a decade.
لننظر على نطاق أوسع.
Their game, that should be enough. That should be close enough. But no, you have to be even closer. Raid Brigade, thank you so much for the follow.
لا تدري من الأفضل أن تبقى متأكدا. لم يكن شيئا.
ما كان ذلك؟
يمكنني رصد المتاعب من على بعد باريس. رصدنا وجود متاعب يا رجال. سوف أعود.
لو أنني من المجرمين لتجنبت
كما كنا إذا، لكن سأواصل المراقبة.
This is like one of those Benny Hill skits.
لن يستطيع شيء مبادرة.
إذا وقعت مشكلة فسنكون مستعدين. ماذا؟
مهلا بحر. الآن تدفع الثمن. على رسلك.
يحصلون على حجرتهم الخاصة.
مغلقة. لابد أن هذه هي غرفة القادة. أحتاج إلى المفتاح.
Would even get stuck on a fucking feather on the ground at this point.
اللعنة عليك أيها الشيطان.
إنهم يأتمنونني على مفتاح حجرتهم الخاصة.
This minigame is called Spend 10 Hours Trying to Find the Key. That should show up in Eagle Vision if it's on someone. On the eastern balcony, alright. The eastern balcony. This is a perfect example. In the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 that released recently, they added photo mode. In that, you can move the camera so far away from where you are. Like, if there's no doors obstructing the pathway that you need to go through, you can literally make the camera go all the way through all the corridors from the start of the level to the finish of a level. Now look at all this open space, and yet the camera mode struggles to go beyond this point. So I don't know what they've locked it onto as far as what is the thing that if it gets too far away from, we have to restrict its movements. Like, what is it about this that's actually going on that is preventing this? You know, it's annoying. Games from 25 years ago that get a remaster can do that, whereas a game from 2023 can't. Go figure. And those games from 25 years ago didn't even have photo mode. A key to the officer's room is... Oh, so now it shows the key up for me. I guess part of an assassin's training is to spend hours trying to find a key. Oh, I see, game. See, the game is trolling me now, because it's like, you got too far away from the area where the key is, so we're going to give you an icon of the key, but only to tell you that that is where the key is lying, not specifically actually where the key is. Oops. Wrong button. Wait.
نهايته. أسرع، لابد من الحاق به. لقد رأيتك.
يخلب عناق الأرض. لا تولى. إنه يفر.
ها أنت ذا، سوف أدفنك.
راقب سيدك أيها الكلب.
حان وقت سحق الأجساد. ضعيف. واجهني أيها الحقير. سأمزقك إلى أشلاء. مات بلا شك. لكنه ترك ندبة بشعة.
روي.
Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. What's that from? I don't recognize that. Game of Thrones. Gotcha. Key to the officer's room is kept on the eastern balcony. What am I, a fucking cartographer? Never-ending enemies. Finally, here's the key. After 80 fucking years. Finally found the key. Surprised you didn't have to pay extra money to get the ability for Eagle Vision to pick up keys. Boost Basim's Eagle Vision by buying a $10 booster thing.
أرأيت تلك المرأة التي اختطفنا زوجها؟
لا جناح عليك أن تجعلها أمة لك. لا تنظر إلي هكذا. فضلنا الله يا جسور. ألا ينبغي أن يتمتع أحد بمثل هذه النعم سوى المردخوار؟
لا تلفظ اسمه، ليس حتى في هذا المكان. إنه أشد من يخيفني بيننا جميعا.
إذا عرف ماضي واكتشف أي خطأ فإلى أين أفر منه؟ لا أملك رفاهية سفنك يا نادر.
ربما تماديت في تلاعبك بالحقيقة في الماضي، لكنك أثبتت ولاءك مرات عدة. لقد قتلت أولئك المتمردين مؤخرا. كانت هذه مهمة أقسى من أمره بفعلها. ربما عليه أن يخافك.
إنني أسمع صوتك، لكن الكلمات كلمات الشيطان نفسه. لا أريد أي متاعب حينما يعود.
الشيطان؟ تلك إشادة كبيرة منك. الأمر كما أخبرتك، إننا مفضلون ولا نحتاج إلى الخوف من أي شيء.
أين طغان؟ لقد تأخر.
كالعادة يا صديقي، إنك تقلق أكثر من اللازم، ولهذا أنت مجرد الرخ وأنا الأشمداي.
أعتذر أيها القادة، قتل طوغان بن أرسلان، ونخشى أن هناك دخيلا. علينا أخذكما إلى مكان آمن.
هناك خطب ما، طوغان لن يتأخر.
ينتمي هذان الاثنان إلى التنظيم ويعملان لصالح ثالث يدعى المردخوار، لكن الآن علي العثور على طريقة للخروج.
Hey there, Raid. Thanks again for the follow. Playing on Arabic, the definitive way to play this game. When they announced that they were actually making it available as a language to select, I was really happy, because there's only a handful of Assassin's Creed games that let you change the spoken language to suit the part of the world that the game is actually set in. So I'm glad that they did it for Mirage. I'd love to see them do, and Ubisoft themselves will never do it. It'll probably need a team of modders to do it. and I'd like in AC1 for them to do an Arabic language for all the dialogue and stuff. Right, the only other game that does it is Unity. Well, you've got Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, which you can change the language to Italian in. And then you got Unity to change it to French, and then this to change it to Arabic. But there's not even the option to make the, like Odyssey, change the language to Greek, unfortunately.
ما هو؟ أوقفوه.
Hey Stan, only Greek you need in Odyssey is Malaka, and that one is already covered thoroughly in many different variations. You're not wrong there, Stan. Welcome in. Hope it's going well. Raid, on the PC version of AC2 and Brotherhood, the only other language option is Spanish, is it? Yeah.
علي العودة إلى فولاذ.
Maybe they added it for the Ezio collection. I play on console, so it might be just a console exclusive thing.
متى سيعود الحسن؟
اذهب إلى مكان آخر.
Raid Stalker 2 takes place in Chernobyl, so when that comes out, you're going to play it in Ukrainian. Well, that's good that they've got that as an option.
من الجيد أنك هنا. ضربت أعشاشا كثيرة، ينتشر المرتزقة في كل مكان كالنمل الغاضب.
هذا يفسر غياب بيشي، إنه يتجنب المرتزقة.
آمل أن الأمر استحق هذا العناء.
اكتشفت أن هناك قائدين يعملان مع التنظيم، وهناك آخر يقودهما.
3. ذلك يفسر بحث التنظيم في الشرقية.
يطلق على أول شخصين الرخ والأشمداي، يدعى الثالث المردخوار.
يختبئون خلف أسماء رنانة كأطفال متباهين.
لا تخلط بين زهو التنظيم والصبيانية، إنهم القوة الحقيقية خلف العباسيين. هل وصلت إلى شيء يمكننا تمييزهم به؟
المدعو الرخ كان صاحبه يناديه باسم الجسور، إنه يهرب من ماضيه ويعيش في رعب بسببه.
جسور، أجل. لابد أن هذا هو جسور بن باسل قائد الجند العربي.
سمعت عنه، جبان نسب إلى نفسه فضل الانتصار في معارك فاز بها غيره.
هذا ماض بذل جهودا مضنية في إخفائه. يملك جسور منزلا فاخرا في قصر صالح غربا، يمكنك البحث عنه هناك.
Oh, I see, Raid. Yeah, I haven't actually played those games before, so I wasn't sure.
المدعو بالأشمداي اسمه الحقيقي نادر. في حوزته سفن يسيطر عليها، وليس جبانا كصاحبه، بل مغرور في الواقع.
نادر.
لابد أنه قائد البحرية نادر بن حفيظ، متعجرف لا يكترث لرجاله كما يكترث لسفنه.
أجل، قائد البحرية متعجرف ربما، لكنه ذكي. لقد صنع العديد من السفن الحربية الجديدة للخليفة. لابد أن نفوذ التنظيم قد ازداد إذا كانوا قد جندوا نادر. عليك البحث عنه في الميناء الأدنى في الشمال.
This is something. I don't know why we have dialogue choices here. Because what difference does it matter which order the information gets relayed into? Like, I feel like this is the thing about pacing I was talking about earlier in this story. Sometimes when they want you to do this thing, it's like all of this dialogue that happens after choosing each one, because we have to choose each one anyway, all that could have just been done in one big thing.
بالنسبة إلى قائدهم المردخوار، فكل ما عرفته هو أنه خارج الشرقية، ومن المتوقع عودته قريبا.
لا أعرف هذا الشخص، إنها أول مرة أسمع فيها اسمه.
إذا كان قائدهم فقد أمر بموت رجالي، يجب أن تجده.
أجل، ولأسباب أخرى أيضا. أملنا الأكبر في العثور عليه هو من خلال أول شخصين.
أعثر على ذلك المردخوار يا باسم كما اتفقنا. سأنتظر بيشي. أنا ممتن لك على تحرير رجالي. تفضل هذه العملة مع جزيل شكري.
سأعثر على جسور ونادر وأكشف حقيقة قائدهم.
سيكونان حذرين الآن ومحصنين داخل معاقلهما. عليك استدراجهما للخارج. توخى الحذر يا باسم، إنهما خطران.
وأنا كذلك.
Ray, do you like how whenever Bassem takes his hood off, or they cut the camera away from him because they couldn't be bothered animating his hood? Yeah, these little tricks and stuff that they do in the editing or the programming to not have to do certain things.
تسرني رؤيتك.
تسرني رؤيتك.
ما الجديد في الورشة؟
ألقي نظرة. لا شيء آخر؟
ربما يمكنك تطبيق مهاراتك.
تفضل. أهذا كل شيء؟
مساعدتك لا تقدر بثمن.
وداعا.
هذا ليس من الحكمة بالتأكيد.
على المرشحين المسلمين أن يتقدموا إلى بيت الحكمة لأخذهم الركبان.
ذلك الكشك ما فاتني شيء.
مرحبا.
سررت بك.
سأتفقد البضاعة.
خيارات كثيرة. نافعة دائما. أستصلح بعض العتاد؟ شكرا. ألا تريد شيئا؟
يجب أن أذهب.
رحلة آمنة.
هذا غير واضح. سيعرف ذلك.
لقد جربت سويقها.
أيها الناس، أترغبون البيمارستان؟ أيها المحمرون، ابتعد عن هذا. لو أصابكم المرض في
تشرفت.
سرني لقاؤك.
يمكن أن تساعدني مهاراتك.
ألقي نظرة.
I just had a thought. I better not apply things like lethal dose because the last thing I want is a NPC civilian getting caught up in that potentially and then dying, and then I desync for the challenge. That would not be a good look.
لا شيء آخر؟
أنا مدين.
إلى اللقاء.
المسافرون والزوار، يسر خليفة الترحيب بكم في مدينة بغداد. البازار لتذوق أشهى الأكلات المختارة، بدءا من تلك البضائع الغريبة المستوردة حديثا من الشرق الأقصى إلى ما لذ من التمور والتين المزروع في هذه الأراضي.
استرقت السمع إلى أحد حراس الأمير
الأول.
مرحبا.
السلام عليكم.
ما المتاح؟
هاك عول عليها دائما. حسنا، هذا
أراك.
زرني
هذا أكثر من اللازم. يكاد يكون كأنه. هل تفقدوا؟ لا. أيها الأحمر.
أحتاج إلى الطين.
الضربة على فخذي نيران صديقة النزل.
امضي بعيدا.
ذلك غريب.
أحاول ألا أفكر في أبي أحمد أكثر مما يجب. على الأقل ليس جهارا.
إلى متى ستظل مختبئا؟
أرني كل شيء. مخاطرة كبيرة يا صديقي، سامحني.
I forgot that was a feature.
المنطقة بأكملها في تأهب شديد، يترقبون مجيئي.
It's hard to climb in a climbing game. Just like it's hard to shoot in a shooting game.
لن يهاجموني هنا. أنا قائد الجند جسور بن باسل بطل الجيش العباسي. سيكون الأمر على ما يرام. أنا قلق دون داع. أجل أنا متأكد.
Raid, is there a specific reason you're using the Revelations outfit? I like it. That's one reason. And number two, I wanted to wear it for a little bit in the stream. I wanted to change it later, but I wanted to wear it for a bit before changing it again.
هناك رسالة تساور المرد خوار أسئلة حول ماضي صديقنا. هذا ينم من ذكاء. تلقى أمرا بحضور اجتماع في الحامية الرئيسية. سقط واحد. حان وقت الأشمضاي.
That's something they needed to fix, was how fast Basim slowly lowers himself down. To put it into perspective, all the games that had it as a thing before this one could make the character go down faster.
مهلا على ذوق الموت. أرأيت ذلك يا آكل القذارات؟
أنا أراك. وجدته.
أصف الخسيس الجبان.
واجه مصيرك أيها الوقت الجبان.
لا أريدك. موت.
كثيرا بما
أراهنك على أن عمر الصغير هناك.
ما الذي يحدث؟
ماذا؟ فلتلقى ربك.
أنت ذا اللعنة، ابتعد عني. جبان اللعين.
ربما لا ينبغي الاقتراب كثيرا.
ربما الشاحبين ذوي الشعر الطويل، وقد قتلت بضعا.
هذا هو الميناء. حان وقت العثور على القائد البحري نادر.
That's right, it's this mission. I'm going to do this the quick way, or the quicker way. Or maybe it's not the mission I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't think it's the mission I'm thinking.
أهلا، القوة
على يدي.
أنت لهذه الأشرطة الخشنة.
تتجه هذه الشحنة إلى خارج المدينة.
لست موضع ترحيب.
يستطيع إدريس تقويمه.
أنت اقتربت أكثر مما ينبغي.
مهلا لحظة مهلا.
إن ذلك ضروري.
النجدة، الشرير مطلق السراح.
يجب أن أخرج من هنا. رسالة توجه الشحنات كلها إلى مكان جهة الجنوب على امتداد نهر دجلة. تتجه هذه الشحنة إلى خارج المدينة.
تمهل إليك أيها الكلب. صحيح.
أمسكت بك.
لقد رأيتم.
أحسنت، لكن عليك الحذر.
كيف تقاسي؟ استدعي المساعدة.
ستموت الآن.
كفى ترف.
ماذا حدث؟ كلها ما الذي؟
سأمزقك أشلاء.
ما سببه؟
هذه السحابة دخان.
حارس للاستئجار.
حسنا. نسي الناس كيف يسلكون طريق الصلاة.
في زنزانة.
كما يتبين، وهي بحجم
لدي شكوك.
جرأة ذلك الرجل.
عظيم. مجنون عليه.
سيكون الحراس أشد انتباها مما مضى.
Hello, Tech. How's things? Hope it's going well.
ذلك غير معتاد. معقلا مستقرا تحت حكم.
انصرف بعيدا.
ثقل الكندي كاهلي بعبء.
ابتعد عني.
ربما يكون مختلفا.
حظي البائس أنهم يرسلونني إلى أقذر مكان في
Tech pretty much beat Back for Blood. Now you're obsessed with Helldivers 2. Oh, well, GG's on completing Back for Blood. That's cool, Tech. And that's good when there's like a new game that's come out that you can really enjoy as well. I never actually played the first one, so I wasn't even sure it was the thing, but it's good that you're enjoying it. If you already know that that's the way to lure the dude out, you just go and do that.
سأقرع الجرس على المسؤول عن ذلك. لن يهرب من يجرؤ على تهديدي. أنا لم أنج من 100 معركة في المحيط لأتلقى الإهانة. أريد العثور على الكلاب. أحضروهم إلي وإلا عض أيها الرجال.
Yeah, sure they saw me there. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah. Whatever you reckon, whatever you think is what it is then. Yeah. Fair enough, game, fair enough. I don't remember seeing an indicator tell me that the enemies had seen me climb up that thing. Climb! Fuck me dead. Jesus Christ. Imagine playing a Mario game and Mario forgets how to fucking jump something. Jeez, I don't know. Imagine making the same games with the same engine since 2014 and still not being able to make it work.
رسالة من المرد خوار حول الشحنات المفقودة الخاصة بمرتزقة الترك. كان القائد البحري يسأل. سقط الاثنان. علي العودة إلى فولاذ.
Like, they're still using the same game engine they used for Unity in 2014. And they still can't get it to a point where
علي العودة إلى فولاذ وإخباره بموت الرخ والأشمداي.
Where the character never gets stuck when there's actually something that they can still keep climbing up. You know what I mean? It's like, it'd be like if a new Doom game came out and they forgot how to program the character actually shooting. You know, like the very thing that is one of the actual fucking main things about the gameplay, and they still can't fucking get it right after 10 fucking years. Here's the thing though, as much as I love games in this series, even the ones that, you know, are my favorites and stuff, even they still have moments where the character gets stuck on things. And I'm talking about games that came out in like 2009, like Assassin's Creed 2. Like imagine, you're a game company, you have a franchise that is a type of game that has a major gameplay element, and you still can't get it to function 100% right.
انتظر يا علي. دعنا نسمع باسم أولا. هل وفقت في مهماتك؟
مات قائد الجند جسور والقائد البحري نادر.
هل عثرت على أي شيء يشير إلى المرد خوار؟
ليس تماما. تلقى قائد الجند جسور أوامر بلقاء المرد خوار في الحامية الرئيسية. يبدو أن ماضيه قد لحق به. استجوب القائد البحري نادر عن شحنات الإمدادات المفقودة المخصصة لجيش الترك. لم يكن المرد خوار مسرورا.
إذن المرد خوار موجود في الحامية الرئيسية يشرف على إمدادات مرتزقة الترك. لا يوجد سوى شرطي واحد رتبته تلائم هذا، أمير الحرب وصيف التركي.
وصيف؟ هذا منطقي. لا يمكن إلا لقلة سواه اختطاف بيشي.
هل اختطفوا بيشي؟
لم يعد مطلقا.
عاد وصيف للتو من رحلة للخليفة، وهو في الحامية. لو كان يحتجز بيشي فسيكون هناك.
سأذهب إلى هناك إذن.
يسيطر وصيف على نصف بغداد. إذا واجهناه وفشلنا قد يشعل ذلك حربا تصل إلى ألموت نفسها. إنك في حاجة إلى باسم.
حسنا، سألتقي باسم قرب الحامية قبل أن أتحرك. لا تتأخر، اكتفيت من الانتظار.
ادخل إلى الحامية واقتل وصيف. يجب ألا يهرب، ويجب أن يبدو الأمر كما لو أن عليا الفاعل. تعتمد سلامة ألموت على ذلك.
سأفعل ذلك.
أنجبت إحدى كلاب الشرطة جراء منقطعين. أراهن على تسلق شجرة الصفصف.
علي، هل أنت مستعد؟
من أنت لتملي علي ما أفعل وما لا أفعل؟
هناك خطر على ما هو أهم من كبريائك يا وصيف. إننا نسلك مسلكا صعبا.
كفى. انتبه لما تقوله عندما نلتقي مجددا أيها الوالي. لن أتقبل هذه الإهانة مرتين.
ذلك وصيف ووالي بغداد محمد بن عبد الله بن طاهر. أعطى أمرا لوصيف ولم يرق ذلك أمير الحرب.
ليس لوالي بغداد أي سلطة على أمير الحرب، إلا إذا أيمكن أن يكون أيضا تابعا للتنظيم؟
محمد؟ لا أصدق هذا. ليس واليا فحسب، بل شاعر وعالم. الرجل فريد. كنت آمل بجعله حليفا.
حسنا، آمل أن تكون محقا. يكفي التعامل مع وصيف. علي العثور على طريقة لدخول الحامية فحسب.
أحد الخدم بالداخل موال لي. ستجده قرب المطبخ. سيساعدك حينما يرى الوشاح الأحمر.
وماذا ستفعل؟
سأجد بيشي وسأحرر المتمردين المحجوزين في السجن، وسأترك وصيفا لك.
أمير الحرب، تختبئ وراء عباءة الخليفة حتى تتمكن من الخطف والقتل كما تشاء. أنت وباء على الأرض. أرض احمرت وارتوت تربتها بدماء من ذبحتهم. كل ذلك لأنهم طالبوا بحريتهم، أو لأنك خشيت أن يفعلوا. تخال نفسك محصنا وأنت محاط بجنودك. لكننا سنقتحم الحامية ونحرر بيشي، ونحرص على إنهاء حكمك المروع. لا يبدو تسلق هذه الجدران ممكنا. علي اكتشاف طريقة أخرى للدخول.
أحضروا النرباج واللحم عندما يجهزان، واتركوا سكاكينكم. لدينا أغراض كثيرة لنأخذها. ستحتاجون إلى أيديكم لحملها. كيف لنا أن نبعد الفئران عن المطبخ وهناك فتحتان كبيرتان في الجدار؟
برأيك سيأتون في الموعد اليوم؟ كم تأخر؟
قد تكون هذه طريقة للدخول. يوجد خادم هنا موال لعلي، سيكون في مكان قريب من المطبخ.
ها هنا.
أنت تابع علي؟
رأيت وشاحك الأحمر. وصيف في الحمية الداخلية، لنسرع. أستطيع إدخالك من مدخل جانبي، لا يجب أن يرانا أحد. اتبعني من مسافة كبيرة وابق بعيدا.
فهمت.
أخبرني عندما تجهز.
حسنا، لنذهب.
سأسير في العراء تجنبا للريبة. اتبعني، ولكن ابقى مستترا. حاول البقاء في الخفاء.
أسمعت تلك الصرخات؟ تبدو كأشباح أو ما شابه. سمعت أن السجن مسكون.
شيء مريب يحدث في الأسفل. سمعت الشيء نفسه عند باب الشام. من الأفضل ألا تعرف.
آمل أن يصلحوا الجدران.
أتمنى ذلك، لأن جولة العسس ستكون أقصر.
ابقى قريبا من الجدران.
إذا لا مناص من أعمال العسس وصولا إلى البنيان. إن ضبطتم من يختصر الطريق ستخسرون أجر أسبوع وستنظفون بيت الخلاء.
يبدو كل شيء هادئا بما يكفي.
لست صديقك. اهتم بشؤونك وأسرع.
الأمور جيدة إلى الآن. تذكر، ابقى مختبئا. إذا أخفقت فلن أتمكن من المساعدة، وعليك اكتشاف سبيلك الخاص.
إنها الثكنان. غرفة وصيف أبعد بالداخل على الأرجح.
أنت قف مكانك.
لم نكن قريبين لسماع صراخ أو أي شيء، لكن سرعان ما رأيت.
أخيرا سيقودك هذا الباب إلى وصيف. يجب أن أعود الآن.
غرفة وصيف. إنها جرداء على نحو مدهش بالنسبة إلى رجل برتبته. هذا مقام واسع. لابد أن وصيف يحب والدته.
استقيموا. أمير الحرب على وشك الوصول ولن يتساهل مع أي إخلال بالنظام.
هذا أفضل. الثقل جيد والتوازن أيضا، لكن المقبضة صغير بعض الشيء. لنرى إذا كان النصل أفضل. من حمل علينا السلاح فليس منا. لقد اخترت الجانب الخطأ يا صديقي.
الحكم لله، ليس لك.
ما زال لزقا. هذا السيف يجعل أخاديد الدم أعمق.
حان وقت طرح الوفد أرضا.
هذا استحايته.
Hello, Shaky. How's it going?
سوف أدفنك.
ماذا حدث هنا؟ ألا يكون هذا سخرية الأقدار؟ ما الذي؟
علينا تحرير الآخرين. يمكنك قيادة رجالك إلى الخارج بعد ذلك. سأتولى أمر وصيف.
إلى الخارج؟ لا تكن أحمق. إنها البداية المثالية. سندمر هذا المكان.
Yeah, Shaky. Yeah, still haven't been desynchronized. If I do, though, I'm just gonna call it a playthrough because I wasn't even intending to make a full playthrough out of it. But if I do get through it, then that'll be good. But if not, doesn't matter. Wanted to give it a shot, give it a try.
مفتاح زنزانتنا مع آمر السجن. احذر، إنه أخطر مما يبدو عليه.
معا نرى كل شيء يا أنكيدو. سامحني يا أنكيدو، لقد وضعتك في طريق الأذى. ها هو آمر السجن. بإمكان إنكيدو الاستطلاع بأمان.
وهي بحجم بوصة.
استطلع المنطقة يا إنكيدو.
مهلا.
لا تقل إن المفتاح قد سقط من السلسلة.
سأقبض عليك.
لقد حانت ساعتك.
على يدي.
تبا.
وجدت.
ها أنت ذا. أمسكت بك. ها أنت ذا.
Guess we can't climb that
النجدة.
in a fucking climbing game. Fancy that.
أحتاج إلى مساعدتك.
What help? This bird's fucking useless. It's like, okay, game. Using the eagle, where is the target? Usually, when you use the eagle in these newer games, the yellow indicator tells you that that's actually a target. A white indicator means that it's just like an object or something, like a treasure chest or something. So what's the point in using it in Kidu if we can't actually fucking see the target? I know why. Because Ubisoft cannot let go of the eagle mechanic. They have to have a bird companion for every fucking bloody game in the series now. Can't just have fucking traditional eagle vision as is. You know, can't just be like, oh yeah, there's the target. You got to get... Now granted, in Assassin's Creed Unity, you had to increase the range of your eagle vision and it was a cooldown. So yeah, they have put restrictions on your eagle vision in that sense in the past, like how much range you have and duration. But in this game, which was supposed to not be an RPG game, you have to unlock the ability in the ability skill menu to actually increase the range of your fucking bloody eagle sense, eagle vision, and it's locked behind getting your eagle sense for your bird. You see what I mean? This is the kind of bullshit that Ubisoft pulls off and gets away with. and hardly anyone complains about it. And if they do, crickets are the response.
لقد ترك المفتاح في تلك الغرفة الفوضوية.
هذا ذوق الموت.
لا أزال أشتاق. ماذا؟ لقد رأيته. سنفعلها معا. أهناك
مت أيها ماذا حدث للثوب؟
انتظر.
سأخرج الغنم.
لن نكذب، إنك هارب.
سأطلب العون. لن يتفوق علي أحد.
Oh yeah, game. Because the reticule didn't go red even though the reticule was over the fucking object. Besides, it wasn't even close enough to hitting the fucking fire.
ها أنت ذا مقزز وغد جبان. ما من مهرب. سأطلب المساعدة. جبان قف وقاتل. ماذا؟ كف عن هذا أيها الشيطان. ها أنت ذا. هيا.
This is the other thing too. Good way to mislead the player. There is nothing that you can do with this friggin' horn that this enemy has. So why make it glow the color that indicates to the player that there's something interactable?
تمهل.
اثبت. ماذا؟ مهلا. وما الذي
سأتولى
أمر؟ الآن تدفع الثمن.
سوف تقاسي.
مرة أخرى.
لن تفلت مني. صحيح.
ستزل قد. لنتحدى. كفر عن ذنوبك.
سوف يدعر.
من الذي
جيد، انتبه لتوازنك.
قاتل أيها الهدى.
لقد رأيتك.
I've spent, what, 15 minutes trying to find where the fucking warden is. The bird's no fucking help.
أفضل أن أستتر بالظلال.
مهلا. هل من شيء؟
جحظ مؤخرا. هل قرأت أحدث تعديلات ابن علي؟ غريب.
من الأفضل ألا أتسكع بالجوار. إنه
مهلا لحظة، فلتلقى ربك.
مهلا. قاتل. تمهل. لا لا.
أليس ذلك؟ لو كنت شجاعا لقاتلت على يدي.
أمسكت بك. انفع.
أرجوك دعني وشأني.
لقد رأيتك.
Another thing that's annoying in this game, every time you're running and there's enemies that are in your way, Basim will always pull his weapon out automatically. It's fair enough when it happens in the first instance, but not every single fucking time. If the player wants to engage in combat and not run, they will fucking decide. Because it ruins the momentum of the fucking running if you have the character pull their fucking weapon out. Because the animation doesn't just happen without a change in speed. If you're sprinting and the character has to pull their fucking weapon out, it slows down their fucking running, which ruins the momentum that you're building up. The Christian, a Buddhist, and a Jewish walk into a bar. Ouch. Yeah, they all need to watch where they're going. Alright, now we're back here again. To try and find the warden. Spend another fucking 20 minutes. When, if they wanted you to use the bird, it'd be like, yellow circle. Oh yeah, that's where the target is. Boom, there, done. But no, they have to make things a fucking puzzle. Why not go all in, Ubisoft? How about you make it to access your fucking game, you need to solve a puzzle first every fucking time. Every time you solve that puzzle and the game loads up, to actually access the menu you have to solve a puzzle. Then whenever you select something in the menu, you have to solve a puzzle. And every time you select something, even if you've selected it before, you have to solve a puzzle. May as well fucking put a puzzle behind every fucking thing. Want to spend 2 hours trying to access your load? Your save file? Our new quadruple A puzzle system. Yes, the classic character can't do something because the prompt isn't on the fucking screen. Classic. Oh, the prompt's not on the screen, therefore the player pressing the button doesn't count. It's like, fuck off. If I know what button does what, the fucking prompt doesn't need to be on the fucking screen for it to work. Just infinitely spawning enemies as well. I don't remember it being this difficult to identify where the fucking bloody warden is. Played through this game twice before and I never had that problem. It did take me a while to find where he was in terms of like the path to get to where he was in the last playthrough I did, but actually even locating where he's positioned in the first place never took this fucking long.
ما الذي ستموت الآن؟
I love that too, you know, like, if I was slashing someone with a sword, there'd be no way they'd be able to resist like that and still do the action of what they wanted to do.
على رسلك.
تمهل. انزف.
أمسكت بك.
أنا أحذر.
أنت ذا.
ها أنت ذا. تراجع يا حقير.
انزل.
ليستمر حذره.
قدرك محتوم.
Jump off the fucking wall. How fucking hard is it to do? I'm gonna fucking die here. And I don't give a flying fuck if I do. At least I won't have to keep playing the fucking game today. Hey there, Legolas. How's it going?
وصل للتو من الأراضي.
لقد كنت هناك للتو. اضطررت إلى شق طريقي خلال الزحام وأنا في طريقي لرؤية شرطي المحتسب. غريب، هل جن أتعتقد أن حنين؟
Let's test something. In Assassin's Creed Unity, if you fast traveled, you get all your health back. No, so that hasn't carried over. That's fair enough. Climb fucking down. Jesus Christ, how fucking slow do you have to be?
لا يبشر هذا بخير.
Hey Blue Tech, thank you so very much for the 26 months of subscribing in a row. That's amazing. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that support.
هاي شلوم.
ويسمون هذا فنا.
توقفوا هنا لحظة.
Blue Tech, you still haven't finished this game? What part did you get up to? Do you remember where in the game you finished at? This is my third go through. I thought I'd try out the Permadeath mode last week, and I did a 10-hour stream and didn't desynchronize, so I decided to continue it today. Somewhere in the beginning. That's fair enough. Actually, in this stream, at that point, just before I've, gotten to this area here now, that was the closest I've come in this playthrough to actually desynchronizing by dying in that case. Climb over the fucking table game, Jesus fucking Christ. Man, I tell you what. I spent half an hour trying to find the warden of that location. I'm beginning to think it's glitched. Wouldn't be surprised if it is. That's Ubisoft's motto. Quad A Gaming. Glitches are our specialty.
يبدو أن ذلك الطفل قد وضع نفسه في موقف صعب.
سوف يلوموننا.
Not going to be doing that in this playthrough.
أنا لن أسيء الظن. ألا يحتمل أن يكون رجلا
الأفضل التواري عن الأنظار.
Ubisoft is like, we want to also do smaller scale experiences that aren't RPG style. It's like, oh, you have a skill tree, but it's not an RPG style. It's like this here, Stealth Recon. Automatically highlights enemies when crouched and undetected. So that costs 5 skill points. But to get there, you have to spend 1, then 3, 6, 9, about 14 or so friggin' points to get to that. You know what I mean? Yeah, this has no RPG sort of like aspects at all. Now, granted, yes, in the older games even, as far back as Assassin's Creed 2, you were able to actually get better weapons that had better stats. But you didn't have a skill tree in that game. You had armor that you could buy, and that would increase how much health you had. It wasn't until Unity that they actually added a skill tree of a kind. It's not really a skill tree in that game, it's more like a skill list or something like that. Then in Syndicate, that's when they actually added a skill tree as well. The difference with Syndicate, though, is that there's a lot of skills in that game that you can get early on that are pretty cool, you know, and then there's some really special ones that you can get which are worth it, you know, ultimately. But yeah, this is a smaller scale game, but it still has RPG elements. It still has a process of, oh, you want to upgrade your weapon? You need to go and get this, you know. If it wasn't like that, then it would be like in AC2, where you have multiple different weapons and you have to buy them based on the money that you get from missions, you know. Mission would end, you get money for doing it. Then Ezio can spend that money on better weapons and better gear. And once you got the better gear, you didn't have to keep upgrading it. If you wanted to get better gear than that, you just had to have the money in the game to actually get the better gear. Now you can go through those games without getting any of the upgrades. Except for the ones that the game is like, right, we won't let you continue until you choose something. And talk about them saying, a return to roots. A return to roots my fucking ass. I don't remember in any AC game until Origins a character having a bird. That's not an element that I would say was the root of the series, or one of the roots of the series. Even if that was the only thing that they kept from the other games, it would still be a bullshit statement saying this is a return to roots. At best, it's an homage to those older games, to those other games in the series. But make no mistake, this is still their same thinking of how to conceptualize an open world nowadays, you know. Skill trees and grinding for resources and all this kind of stuff. Hey there, like. Welcome on in. You said, but. The simple times, where missions would grant you lots of money. Exactly, you know. Your reward for doing the mission was something that you could use to get something, but then when you got that something, you didn't have to go and get materials together to upgrade that thing to a different level. You would just use what you had gotten, and then when you had enough money in the game to get something better, you got that something better, you know. And then when you got that something better, you had it at that level.
قاتلت أولئك الشاحبين ذوي الشعر الطويل وقد قتلت
Stan, that would cause a skill issue? That's true, it would. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not against having skill trees in games, but when your marketing is saying it's a return to roots, and yet you still have elements that aren't the roots of the series, then you're basically lying, pretty much. Return to Origins, a post-it note to nostalgia. Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just They still want you to run around like a chicken with its head cut off. Because right now I'm just trying to find stuff that Basim can, you know, eat to get his health up a bit. White Monk, this game froze up, plus constantly shutting your system down. You had to unplug your Xbox off. It's not a bad game, it could have been better. Sorry to hear that you've had those technical issues with that White Monk. Those technical issues can definitely be very, very annoying. There's definitely things about this game that I like. But there's also some things where I'm like, it holds the game back.
إذا ستتجه نحو علي
سآتي متأخرا الليلة قبل العشاء بإذن الله. لكن علي
And the other thing is too, if you're going to return to the roots of a series, it doesn't mean, of course, all the flaws that were in it, keep them. Take the flaws and improve them. Things that worked, carry them across. That's why I'm not really looking forward to any of their remakes, even though a lot of people seem to bow down to them and kiss their feet because they're remaking something. Because I don't think the remakes are actually going to do the things that people are hoping a remake would do. I fear that in a remake of Black Flag, for example, they're going to put in a skill tree and lock certain skills behind hours of grinding for those skills. Now, yes, you have to grind for materials to upgrade your ship, so there is grinding in that game, but not for things to the extent that you do in these games.
ثمة فرد من الثعابين قريب.
لكن المصادرات دائرة في حينا من أجل
يمكننا تقريبا تحقيق كف عن ذلك.
Alright, so let's try this again now that we've gone away from the area and come back.
ما الأخبار يا صديقي؟
Hey there, Asti. How's it going? Welcome on in. Things are going good on my end. There's some frustrations with this game. In this stream.
لا أريدك هنا. انصرف.
Hey there, Wicked. Well, if there is a grind, there is open your wallet option in modern games that is lame. Yeah, that's true as well. You know, spend 50 hours getting resources together, or just pay us $20 to get all the resources you want. You know. And Infinity is going to be worse. Mini battle passes. They try to pretty it up by saying, oh yeah, there'll be story content. Yeah. What story content? Oh, I stubbed my toe. Can you get a band-aid for me? Sure, there it is. 5 meters away from you. Oh, I didn't see it there. Pick up the band-aid. Here you go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then it's like, this cost $10? I don't think it'll be that bad, but this idea of having mini battle passes and projects that the characters in the games do, it's just like, what are you doing, Ubisoft? It's like, yeah, it sounds great to be able to jump into one game, jump out of it, and then jump into another one without any loading times. But this is Ubisoft. There's going to be some caveat for that. It'll probably depend on your internet connection as to how quickly that transition actually happens. Shaky, what do you mean? You love spending hundreds of dollars on your Valhalla cosmetics? Like all that money on those cosmetics. Like, oh look, your character now has a blue shoe instead of a red one. Thanks for spending the money on it.
ألق نظرة يا إنكيدو.
Okay, and Enkidu is still no use in this part. Because it's not coming up with the yellow indicator to indicate the actual target. Which renders the bird useless. And I need to unlock the ability to make Eagle Vision go further than it currently does. SD, you're okay apart from last night. A bit of one of your teeth came out, so now you got sharp edge of the rest of the tooth rubbing on your tongue. Oh no, SD, I hate that sensation. Absolutely hate it. And then you think to yourself when you're going to sleep, you hope you don't, accidentally nick your tongue on your tooth. I said this before, but this glowing gold thing can't be interacted with. I could see why it would come in handy to be able to identify that the character has a blowhorn that they can use to get an enemy. But once that enemy's dead, is there really a need to keep it highlighted in gold? Shaky, birds has always been useless. Well, I mean, in Origins and Odyssey, I was fine with it. But when Valhalla kept it, I was like, And then when they, neutered it, it's like, or nerfed it. And then with Mirage, I thought, oh, hopefully they'll go back to what they had with Origins and Odyssey, but make it that you don't have to be as pinpoint accurate to make the marker actually tell you that you found the target, Make the circle that it has to be smaller. But nope, they didn't do that. I pressed the button when the prompt was on the screen game, but okay, whatever.
مهلا.
ماذا؟
White Monk, you've not heard about Remake of Black Flag. You're not going out of your way to rebuy it, but the younger generation love it. It'll just replay what you have. Yeah, that's fair enough too, as well, as long as you can access the games. Ubisoft recently saying that players need to get used to not owning their own games that they've paid money for is, the quadruple A way, apparently, moving forward. But look, if Ubisoft had already released a remake and the remake was really good, then I would have faith in them doing more remakes. But like with Konami and Silent Hill 2 and them remaking it, I just don't trust them with remaking anything until they've proven that they can actually remake things in a way that actually is great. They need to deserve the right to do more remakes by making sure that, and whichever remake comes first now, because Sands of Time was delayed 500 times. The 500th time, though, I don't mind it because Ubisoft Montreal is taking over the reins of that project. They were the ones that did the original version. I don't know if there's anyone left at Ubisoft who worked on Sands of Time back in 2003, but if there is, hopefully they're assigned to that now, if they're still part of Montreal. But it's like, let's just hold our horses here, you know, before we all get excited for remakes of Black Flag and potentially Assassin's Creed 1 and stuff. Obviously, with games like Resident Evil 2 and 3 and 4 remakes, it's subjective as to whether or not Capcom proved that they were good at remaking games. But at least they have more than one remake up their belt, you know, to look at and go, yes. Because there are a lot of people who do like the remake of 2. And so that gave confidence with another remake. And then 3 was disappointing. Although, it depends. Like, I'm a big fan of the original Resident Evil 3 because that was the first Resident Evil I played, but while it would have been great to have the set pieces in the original that weren't put in the remake, I still think it's an okay remake. It's just not 100% the kind of approach that one would have hoped they would take with it. But Ubisoft haven't even released a remake that they announced back in 2019, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. So I think before we all get excited about a Black Flag remake, and a Splinter Cell remake even, because they also announced that, wait until they actually release these remakes first. And if they're great, then get excited for the future ones. But if not, then hopefully they don't remake anything else afterwards. Finally, game, thank you very much for deciding to actually have the Warden show up in Eagle Vision. Thank you. Asti, you even have a dentist. Oh, you got like an appointment. Well, I hope that goes well. You still believe that Origins is better than Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage? Yeah, I still think that if you look at all the games that they've done, including Origins and afterwards, I would definitely say that Origins is the better game. It's more concise, and it's like more focused, even though it is changing things, and it is bigger in scope than what had come before. It's not bloated like Valhalla is. And I would say that Odyssey got bloated as well. Yeah, Shaky the nuded bird. I mean, you know, in a game where they're returning to the roots, get rid of the bird. Because the bird wasn't in the roots of the series, you know. Asti, you don't even have a you don't even have a dentist. Ah, I got you, Asti, I see. Yeah, I mean, that can be expensive too, as well. White Monk, yeah, we take your money, but you won't own it. Exactly, White Monk. You know. I guess people who are rich won't care, because they'll be like, yeah, whatever. You know, but for some people, it's like, that was money that, you know, was well earned, put into that, and now I don't even own the product that I bought, you know, that kind of stuff. And the other thing is too, like, you know, even if you have physical media, when the things that allow physical media to work are shut off, they won't work anymore, you know. Wicked, only company that have A-tier remakes at Capcom in your opinion? Yeah, I mean, I think that the remake of 2 and 4 has probably been the best 2 remakes that they've done in recent times. I like Resident Evil 3 remake, but I can definitely understand why people were upset about the things that were excluded from the original. But I still think it's a good remake though. But I would definitely put remake of 2 in front of 3. Shaky, you loved playing 3 growing up. You actually have it on GameCube. Oh, you do? Shaky, that's cool. Yeah, because I forgot that they actually released that 2 and 3, because they did the remake of 1, and they were going to do the remakes of 2 and 3 back then, but they cancelled the remakes and just made them ports of 2 and 3 instead. Oh, come on, game. Jesus fucking Christ. Now we've got to spend an hour trying to find the exact pathway to get to where I need to go. I'm not going to, but just for the sake of saying it, I really just want to desynchronize and end this playthrough. But I'm going to keep on going until I desync.
اليوم لا أحد يعرف من يتحكم بالأمر.
مفتاح الزنازين. حان وقت تحرير الآخرين.
يقال إن هناك أصواتا غريبة. ومتى لم تكن هناك أصوات غريبة؟ توخوا الحذر فحسب.
White Monk, Unity Plus cannot remember which. It was on your phone. You've lost them because they deleted them, so you can't access them no longer. Learnt your lesson. Oh yeah, the nodes. Collecting the game you can play on your phone. Yeah, because I didn't play that game until it had been out for a couple of years, so
Alhamdulillah.
there were some things that weren't in the game anymore, or they'd been changed, like those blue chests that are in the game. I think they were originally tied to the app or something that they had.
لن تنجو أبدا. صحيح أيها الزلمة. سوف تقاتل.
شكرا لك. سيقودنا علي لأخذ ثأرنا من أجل بيشي.
تمهل. القوة يا رب.
واخد.
رجالك أحرار، والآن يجب أن أجد وصيف.
توجد نار إشارة أعلى هذا المكان. عند اشتعالها ستطلق إنذارا في الحامية وسيأتي الحراس.
وأنا سأعثر على طريقة لدخول غرفته وهو بمفرده. حسنا، سأشعل النار.
لا تنسى اتفاقنا.
لم أنسى.
I love that smile that Ali does before. Shaky throws oversized rock at Bassam's head. Oops, sorry, Rod. Playthrough over, I guess. How did that happen? That would be very impressive, being able to interact with the game in that way, IRL. Make that happen. Like, how the hell did you do that, Shaky? You got reality-bending powers or something. Hey there, Ronan. How's things going, Ronan? Welcome on in. Plasma, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome on in. There we go. That's what I wanted to actually do. Disable that. Welcome on in, Plasma. I changed my settings so that it's not the 10-minute wait anymore for followers, but I don't know if it automatically stops that timer now that I've actually turned it off temporarily or not. Because if I can do that, then that'll be handy, because when people raid me and they haven't followed me before, because obviously the chances of being raided by a bot is very small. So if the countdown is still there, I'm so sorry about that, Plasma. Thank you for the follow as well. Oh, nice. Your message went through. Oh, that's excellent, Plasma. Thank you so very much for the raid and for the follow as well. And you're playing Mirage also? Nice. That's really cool. I'm doing well, Plasma. Things are going good. How about yourself? And how was your stream? We need to assassinate this guy. So far, I haven't desynchronized, so I'm going to keep on going until I either, get to a certain point in the game and still haven't desynchronized and then end the stream, or keep going until I do get desynchronized and then end the stream. Ronan, you're just contemplating getting Black Flag, Unity, and Syndicate on PC as they're on sale. Is there a reason not to? You have them on Series X, but the first two run pretty jank. Not too sure in terms of like the PC versions or not. In terms of the games themselves, Black Flag and Unity, when it gets to Unity, they do make several changes as well. They have abilities that you need to unlock, even for things like doing double assassinations and stuff. The eagle vision that you have, depending on what gear, like what hood, what type of hood you have on, it has different stats for the range of eagle vision and duration and all that kind of stuff. They do change the combat quite a bit too. They get rid of the chains that you could do, and the enemies are much more difficult because they attack from every angle, and they all have a gun that they can pull out at any time to shoot you with as well. So yeah, there's certain things about Unity that might be roadblocks in that respect. And Syndicate is pretty much Unity, except they've done a bit of a downgrade with the scale at which they generate, crowds and stuff. So Unity is very heavy on the crowd numbers, whereas Syndicate scales that back a bit as well. And they also do some little things here and there, like number one, you can't do a manual jump anymore from Syndicate onwards as well. But yeah, Syndicate's still a fun game though. I like to play that a lot and replay it. Plus you have two different characters as well. You can't choose one for the whole game and never play as the other one. There are missions where you absolutely have to play as one and then play as the other. But there's also a lot of side stuff and other missions that you can do that let you choose to do them as either character and stuff. Just trying to think what else. But yeah, Unity doesn't have any like horse riding or anything like that. There's no ship stuff or anything like that. Syndicate doesn't have horse riding as in get on a horse and ride it. It does have carriages though, horse-drawn carriages that you can go on. So it's a bit like GTA, except in 1868 London as well. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Plasma. That's excellent. You're just tired. Well, I hope that when you get to sleep later that you actually get a good rest as well. And great to hear that you had a great stream as well. How are you finding the Full Sync Challenge? I was just doing it to test it out last week, and I ended up not desynchronizing, so I figured I'd continue on today and keep it going until such time as I either finished it or did it. So as a result, I just kept it on easy because of that, but might do the other difficulties in the future at some point. Hey there, Carbon. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thanks, Carbon. Things are going well. How's things going for you?
ما العمل؟ لقد حوصرنا.
صمتا. توجه بهذا إلى الأسفل. الزنديق علي ومتمردوه هاجموا الحامية. اطلب تعزيزات. اختم الخطاب. عندما يقتحمون الباب اعثر على مخرج وسلم الخطاب إلى الخليفة.
نعم، أمرك يا سيدي.
رصين وصابر حتى وهو
متعتك الخفية القتالية لطالما انطلت عليه وعنقذ الظهر لمرات لا تحصى. هكذا قدمت صاحب حرس قريش عام 23.
ماذا يجب؟ ها أنت ذا.
تعال بئس الأمر.
ها أنت ذا. أمسكت بك.
من الذي
ذق الموت. كلب جبان.
وجدتك.
Wicked, GTA in that time period would be wild. It really would be, actually. Alright, so they're gonna continuously know that Basim's here no matter what. Oh well. Let's just get this over and done with.
لا يمكنك الهرب. من أين أتى؟
Oh, he won't let me now because he's aware.
سأشقك نصفين. ها أنت ذا. إنك ضئيل جدا. أم أنت ضئيل للغاية وضعيف، وأنت أخرق وبطيء. سأقتلك ببطء بيدي العاريتين. ريشة، ألا يدعو ذلك للسخرية؟ هل انتزعت من صقر سقط من السماء؟
إنها رمز للحرية، كلمة لم تعرف عنها إلا النزر القليل، ولن تعرف بعد الآن.
إذن هذه هي الحرية. مع ذلك لا أرى أي مخرج.
سيكون علينا القتال حتى نخرج. ثورتنا تبدأ الآن. تعالوا معي.
قد لا يكون هذا جيدا.
ماذا؟ الآن تدفع الثمن.
ماذا حدث؟
إنها بداية جيدة.
لمن يقاتلون؟ مات أمير حرب سلفا.
إن الله معنا.
سحقا، لا يمكنني.
انتهى الأمر، لنخرج من هنا.
اتبعوني ولنبقى قريبين.
أهذا ما تعنيه بالحرية؟ أن نخرج بالعراك من الحامية؟
لما؟ أتفتقر إلى الجرأة لقتال حقيقي؟
لا، بل أفضل اغتيالا حقيقيا فحسب. أقول أنك دربت رجالك أفضل مما درب أمير الحرب رجاله.
ألا ترى بنفسك؟ أوشك القتال على الانتهاء بالفعل.
الله أكبر.
ووبس.
كف عن ذلك. نجحنا. كان ذلك وشيكا.
ليس وشيكا بل محتوما. المزيد من الحراس.
سأتخذ مهلا كفر عن هروبك.
أنت تقاتل بضغينة، ربما تروقك قضيتنا أكثر مما تقر. هذا آخرهم.
لنخرج من حيث أتينا.
لا يستطيع شخص يغادر من البوابة الأمامية.
ساعدوني في هذا.
شكرا.
Oh, that's okay, Ronan, for the info. That's no worries at all, and I don't blame you, as well. You know, sometimes it's just games that they don't really grab you, or there's something about it that just doesn't gel. Plasma, yeah, the full sync challenge is pretty good. Haven't desynced so far. Oh, hell yeah, that's excellent. That's great progress, Plasma. It's a good feeling, especially if it's the first attempt as well. It's good, Carbon. Excellent. At work, as you can imagine. Yeah, dude. I hope it's going well there, though. I hope that you're having a good one. Shaky, at 345 hours in, you're not hopeful you'll ever finish the Valhalla DLCs. You just don't have the steam for it after the main quest. Loading it up now to claim your free weekly item. I don't blame you, Shaky. There's just so much stuff, and they want to make the next game have even more years worth of stuff after release. So you can imagine how big that game, Red, will end up in 4 years' time. I mean, it's not coming out in 4 years' time, but when it comes out, they want to do 3 years' worth of post-game content. So by the time all the content comes out for it, it'll probably be 4 years from this year. It is shaky, yeah, the smoke is pretty OP in this. Definitely came in handy. Nice one, Ronan. It's overpowered. I like that pun. That's awesome. Hey Mustang, doing really good, thank you, dude. How about yourself? What is this Revelations outfit? It sure is, dude. Yeah, as soon as I was able to have enough points with Ubisoft Connect to actually get it, I got it. I just need to get the Altair outfit now. Blue Take, you did everything in Valhalla in 220 hours. Well, that's definitely a fair chunk of time, especially to do everything as well, like 100%, and get all the collectibles and get everything, that you need to get. Shaky, you get distracted very easily? Well, that's fair enough too, as well. But yeah, it doesn't help when there's like heaps of content. You can definitely get overwhelmed.
استمروا معي. لقد اقتربنا. النصر لنا.
نحن معك يا صاحب الزنج.
عليك الرهبان. الذهاب لرؤية
هذا يوم جيد. سأقابلكم في المقر. ها قد بدأ قتالنا. إما الحرية وإما الموت. الله أكبر.
لا إله إلا الله.
الله أكبر.
لا إله إلا الله.
الله أكبر.
لا إله إلا الله.
سأحظى ببعض
علي العودة إلى فولاذ في المقر.
لأن ما يطلع به
هناك شخصيا فحسب.
أبي نواس الكلمة.
They could have done shaky, actually. The same panting noise over and over. Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Been doing good, Mustang? Excellent. That's really good, dude. Having some coffee and a bit stressed because you've been trying for 2 hours to get a perfect run of Hitman's Dubai map recorded, but been failing all the way? Oh no, Mustang. That would definitely be very, very frustrating to get stuck like that as well. Hopefully you get a breakthrough though with it, and that you can get done what you need.
ذكرنا القط فأتى يقفز وها هو ذا.
اذهب بحذر وعد بحذر حتى لا يخدشك القط.
لقد وفيت بوعدك. وصيف ميت الآن، واقترن اسمي بالأمر عند كل من يسمع به.
أشعر بالندم لأننا لم ننقذ بيشي. كان رجلا شجاعا.
إنهم يروون قصته الآن في كل أنحاء بغداد. سيحرر في موته أكثر مما حرر في حياته. للحرية ثمن. السؤال الوحيد هو ما إذا كنا سندفعه، وقد نال بيشي شرف دفعه. ينتظرني إنجاز الكثير. تمنيت أن يحل السلام عليكما، لكننا نعلم أنه ليس مقدرا لكما ولا لي.
أخشى أن عليا محق. لا شيء سيوقف تمرده الآن.
ربما لا يجب أن يوقفه شيء. ما يقوله. رأينا وصيف يجادل الوالي محمدا بن طاهر في الحامية.
محمد؟ ذلك غريب. سأبقي نظري عليه. أراك لاحقا.
Good morning, Aaron. Gaming is going really good. We just got another assassination target dealt with. Things are going well. And how are things going with you? That's okay, Mustang. Absolutely no trouble at all, and I don't blame you for taking a break. It's good to take a bit of a break when you can as well. That way you get refreshed when you go back and attempt again. Watching some Assassini. Assassini. I'm going to keep streaming because I want to get the next target that we have done. However, I also want to have a break. So I'm just going to go into photo mode here and set up a shot. Thanks for redeeming that, Mustang. The random Assassin's Creed quote. Alrighty then. Let's go and get an AC character quote. Okay, so I've got one. You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you. Of course not. I killed them because I could, because it was fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered, the way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power. Once perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others. And what is that? Here, let me show you. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Mustang. So that was from Assassin's Creed 1, and that's the end dialogue of the kill Maj Adin. Mustang, is that from the AC1, the Executioner? It is, yep, indeed. I love that. It's one of my favorite moments in that, and it's a great example of how Altair, by that time in the story, has truly and honestly understood his errors and takes responsibility, and it's a great moment. I love it. Rip indeed. I'm going to take, let's see, I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and I'll be right back. Mustang, you too, you love that one. You broke your head in order to get that kill without anyone noticing, but you managed in the end. That is really tough to do. Like, doing that and getting an air assassination on him as well is definitely very tough too. That one took me a while to actually pull off. Just, you know, all the enemies that are around in the surrounding as well to try and dispatch. I'll pin that message to the top of chat, and I'll be back in 10 minutes to keep on going. Alrighty then, back from my break. Gonna change the outfit for the rest of the stream as well. I had the Ezio outfit on for a large portion of the first stream last week and the start of this stream, so we're gonna switch to something else. Thanks, Mustang. I had a good break. Hey, Shaky. I love that dancing emote of Doom Guy. Nice one. There's a store in this game. You thought they were moving away from that after Valhalla? Oh yeah, they've still got the store that you can access, the Animus store, and that's also going to be something that Infinity is going to have included in it as well. A hub where you can go and do that. They called it the Exchange or something. In the leaks, the rumors for that stuff, that is. Afro, Ubisoft moving away from money? Yeah, sure. Yeah, they'll do whatever they can to get that moolah. Shaky, $45 upgrade pack. Jesus. That's right, yeah, Afro, yeah, and Shaky. In Australian dollars. Now you take that, right? The amount of money that pack costs. When the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC came out for Valhalla, that DLC in Australian dollars cost $60. It's crazy. It's just so crazy. Hey, Lucinda. How's things? Welcome on in. It's going well. Yeah, still haven't desynchronized. I came close though, but managed to get away from the area before any more damage was done. I didn't have any health left, like health potions left at that point, so that was a bit hairy, but we did a assassination. Shaky, we're perma-tired. Perma-tired, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll say Lucinda. It was in a part of the game where I was getting frustrated because I had to find a particular character target and couldn't actually find them for ages. And then when I left the area to get health and stuff and came back, I finally managed to find who I was looking for and was able to progress.
أهلا بك.
But almost an hour went by before that point happened.
هاك ما لدي.
It's the classic, this character has a key that you need.
اعتني بما ترتديه كي يعتني بك.
Okay, we'll upgrade this so that we make 75% less noise during assassinations.
حسناً. الحماية استثمار جيد دائماً.
So what they've done in this is they've gone, right, if you want to upgrade your outfit, that's fair enough, but you also need the design plans for the upgrade before you can. You might have the resources, but you also need to get that design.
كل الأمر لا شيء أكثر.
سأغادر إذن.
وداعاً سيدي.
كثيرا بما
هل وجباتكم تافهة الطعم مملة؟ هل تجدون تناول
Listen, you're doing well. Necro, your guest is starting to get up at 5:30 a.m. now instead of 6, so you guess you'll have more morning stream time to watch. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome, Lucinda, as well. So yeah, half an hour earlier than normal. Well, that's it too. You know, there's always some silver lining on things too, as well. But that's cool that you got a bit more time up your sleeve.
تسرني رؤيتك.
تسرني رؤيتك.
هل يمكنك تحسين هذا؟
هاك ما لدي. أرأيت
أيها الناس أترغبون الفيمارستان؟
Listen, maybe you'll start your streams on time now. Well, that's another thing too, as well. Because then you've got extra time just in case you need extra time for things. Hey, Mr. Gote.
سلاما يا صاحبي.
Welcome in, dude. How's it
مرحبا
going?
بك هنا.
On time, what's that? Exactly, what is this
لنرى
witchcraft?
البضاعة.
ألق نظرة من فضلك. وحده الأحمق من يهمل عتاده. لن تود أن تنفد منك. جيد. لا شيء آخر؟ من أين يأتون؟
Afro, this shop UI has wasted so much of your time. Oh yeah, and the pacing of it too, like, you end up just spamming the dialogue so you can get to the actual option as well. Mr. Gote, you've been sleeping and watching Netflix. Your medication got weighed back up to normal weight again, so you've been sleepy. Oh, that's fair enough as well, Mr. Gote, for that to happen. I hope you've been getting some good rest when you're sleeping. And what have you been watching on Netflix? Okay, now I can activate Tier 2 for the smoke bomb. And what I want to do is put it as healing vapor. Recovers some of Basim's health if he's inside the smoke. That'll help in situations where I might be almost dead, don't have any health, and might be able to use it to my advantage.
لا شيء آخر.
شكرا لمشاركتك.
إلى اللقاء.
إلى زوار بغداد الأفاضل، إلى من يسمعون هذا
هاك أفتك من أي وقت مضى. هذا جيد.
Okay, we'll upgrade the Initiative Alamut sword to its fullest.
أحد من ذي قبل؟ ألا تريد شيئا؟
No more today. Alright, time to go and do the next one. No, that's not it. Let's go to investigations instead.
أيها الناس
No, I'm not a
أترغبون
nurse.
بمارستان؟ أيها المسافرون ماذا لو أصابتكم
Mr. Gote, oddly enough, just anything, everything, Avatar and Yellow Jackets, Lost in Space. Oh yeah, Mr. Gote, that's fair too. As well, whatever sort of like, you know, suits your mood or something that catches your eye as well.
يجدر بنا العثور على
درهم ابن نصر العيار واليا.
Basim is stuck. Look at that. Can't climb in a climbing game. I was saying earlier that, you know, it happened in the older games too, but you would think by 2023, when this game came out, they would have ironed out all that after over a decade of the series being a thing. Mr. Gautier, then you usually work on my logo when you're awake, then play banishes when your stomach isn't sore to sit down on the chair. Well, that's definitely the thing too, you know, not to exert yourself too much and make sure that you're not, you know, pushing yourself beyond what you can actually, you know, take at any given time. Yeah, Wicked, I actually remember when that that came out. Like, I hadn't seen the original show, so I didn't really know too much about the lore of the series. So when I saw the movie, I wasn't sure what things it might have retconned or things it might have done differently. Aside, of course, obviously the way that things look. I don't know what decade the original series was, but it was definitely before the 70s, I would think. No, don't pull out your sword, Basim. I've already had this rant earlier. When the player wants to fight, the player will press the buttons that are required to pull the weapon out. But when the player wants to run and keep the momentum of the speed, they don't want the character to slow down while he pulls his weapon out. Oh, really? Wicked. So the original show was 1965. I think the movie had an interesting sort of like premise. I don't know if that was the subject of any of the series episodes or not, but anything to do with, like, you know, time travel or the manipulation of time in sci-fi is something that I like. Ooh, that was close. Jakey, time travel? I don't know, man. I feel like we've been there before. Might have been in a past life. Or in life during the past. The future is not set. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves. I love that quote from Terminator. Alright. The Bureau's near here, so I don't need to worry about a fast travel point because you can fast travel to the Bureau. Shaky, also thank you for that shout out yesterday. You believe you were asleep when you did it, but you wanted to thank you nonetheless. That is absolutely no trouble, Shaky, for the shout out. Absolutely none at all. Always happy to give shout outs.
أرى أن مقرنا الجديد في العباسية يحرسه جيدا رفيق متأهب ونشط.
باسم، فاجأتني. كنت أستمتع بقراءة بعض الشعر للتو.
لمن؟
شاعرة البلاط السيدة عريب، كلماتها تغرد مثل عصافير الجنة.
أجل، لقد قرأت أعمالها. كنا نتسلل إلى بيت الحكمة في صغرنا أنا وصديقتي نهال. قضينا ساعات في القراءة عن الآلهة والجن. لطالما كنت أستمتع بهذا المكان.
بيت الحكمة لم يعد كما كان في السابق.
أليس صديقنا أحمد بن موسى هناك؟ لقد ذهب إلى ورشته هناك حسب ما أذكر.
بلى، بعثت إليه برسالة حتى يأتي ويساعد في تجهيز هذا المقر، لكنه لم يرد. لم يستطع جواسيس التواصل معه. مر أسبوع ولا أثر له.
واحد من بني موسى المشهورين مفقود في بيت الحكمة إذن.
أجل، غامر هناك وأعرف مصيره.
سيتم ذلك.
هناك عقود متاحة على اللوحة.
Another skill point in a game that wasn't supposed to have any RPG in it. Did you know that there's something that is edible and it is colored in the color that another fruit is associated with, but it's actually not that. It's actually an apple. As opposed to the orange, which I was actually explicitly talking about, but I didn't mention that it was an orange because in Ubisoft language, if you take something that is called one thing and rename it something else, people completely forget that it's actually just the same thing as before, just given a different name, which is asinine. As stupid as my statement was that I was making about the fruit that is a certain color, when obviously apples can come in red or green but not orange. Ubisoft like to dress things up and say, hey, this is totally not that thing that we said we wouldn't put in, but we have put it in, but we've called it something different and made it look different, but it's still essentially the same thing. Shaky? Baghdad sounds almost like Dag bad, and you agree with that? Dag from Valhalla, yeah. Yeah. Sigurd is like, hey Dag, Eivor's in charge. It's like, okay. Sigurd's gone. Eivor, hey Dag, can you help me with this? No, I'm not going to help you with this. If Sigurd were here, he'd be better than you. It's like, Dag, did you not hear what Sigurd said? Shahi hated Dag. Yeah, I don't blame you, you know. It's understandable. I mean, there's definitely a lot there to warrant that reaction.
يا قوم هدئوا من روعكم. كان الحريق صغيرا
غضب
وأخمدناه.
الله يحل بنا.
أغلب كتبنا سليمة. لقد زال الخطر.
أيها العجوز، كيف شب هذا الحريق؟
عجوز؟ فاضل فهيم عجوز. عجوز بقدر بيت الحكمة الذي يرأسه.
لا تؤاخذني يا أستاذي، لقد زال لساني. هل يمكنني المساعدة؟
لا، لقد أخمدت الحريق ألوية الدلاء التابعة لخبير المياه.
I said this earlier, but there's no point making these options to choose because you have to choose both of them anyway. Wicked, well that leads to if you lie enough it becomes truth, or like that, can't recall the phrase properly. I think I might know the one that you mean. But yeah, if you lie enough it becomes the truth. Yeah. There's also like a saying about the best way to wrap up a lie is with some of the truth, you know. But yeah, this is one of these situations where if I choose this, it doesn't lock me out from choosing this. If I choose this, it doesn't lock me out from choosing this. The dialogue would have had to happen anyway, but this is the pacing problem that happens when you give the player the ability to choose what to say when both options or all options are required for you to actually access and listen to anyway.
من أشعل هذه النيران؟
المخربون حسب ظني هم أعداء الخليفة تحديداً.
ما نوع الكتب التي كانوا يحرقونها؟
سابق لأوانه معرفة ذلك.
لعل أمين الكتب يعرف نوعها. إنني أبحث عن أحمد بن موسى.
أجل، لديه ورشة هنا لكنني لم أتحدث معه مؤخرا.
سلام عليك أيها الشيخ، سأنصرف. ما زلت أحتاج إلى العثور على أحمد بن موسى، لكنني يجب أن أتحدث أيضا إلى أمين الكتب في المكتبة. تحياتي أيها العم. لو سمحت، أين العالم أحمد بن موسى؟
أجل، أكثر بني موسى حباً للمغامرة. ورشته خلفي مباشرة.
أشكرك أيها العم.
باسم أنت يا ذا 9 أصابع هنا.
نهال، ما الذي تحملينه أيتها السارقة؟
إنه كتاب، على الأقل تمكنت من إنقاذ واحد من الحريق.
إن أمسكوا بك تسرقين
سيقطعون إصبعا، لا مهلا بل يدا بأكملها.
هذا ليس طريفا.
إذا لا تضحك.
حسنا، مزاجك جيد وأنا لدي أمور أنجزها. ليس شيئا يهمك.
أمور المستترين السرية. ما الذي أنت بصدده هذه المرة؟ ستطعن؟ تسرق؟ أم ستطعن ثم تسرق؟
ذلك ما تجدينه يا نهال.
مجرد فقدانك إصبعاً لا يعني أنك فقدت مهارتك.
بالنظر إلى كل هذه الأدوات والكتب يبدو أنها غرفة أحمد، لكن أين هو؟ يقول الخطاب إن هذه كتب أحمد. كتاب شعر آخر من تأليف عريب، كان سيسر تبد بهذا. أدوات قياس مثل التي كان يمتلكها أبي، لكنها تخص أحمد. يبدو أن أحمد بصدد العمل على شيء جديد، لكن ماذا؟ يوقع أحمد على أعماله دائما، هذا من صنعه بلا شك. رسوم توضيحية وأدوات آلات وغرائب أخرى. هذه ورشة أحمد بالتأكيد، لكن أين عساه أن يكون؟
معذرة، أساعدك بشيء؟
أبحث عن أحمد بن موسى. أتعرف أين يمكنني العثور عليه؟
قد أتمكن من مساعدتك، اتبعني. هل هذه زيارتك الأولى لبيت الحكمة؟
لا، كنا نتسلل إليه في صغرنا أنا وصديقة لي. علمنا أنفسنا القراءة في مكتبتكم.
على الصغار اتباع أسوتكما الحسنة.
يخالفك الأمناء الذين أخرجونا من بين أكوام الكتب يوميا.
إنهم يؤدون عملهم ليس أكثر. وما الذي درستماه في بيت الحكمة؟
كنت أحب الشعر والحكايات البطولية، أما صديقتي فكانت تفضل الآلهة الوثنية والسحر الأسود.
هذا مثير للاهتمام. وهل اتبعت شغفك الشبابي وأصبحت عالما؟
عندما ينتظرني العالم بأسره؟ لا، يمكنك القول إنني رجل مكلف بمهمة.
حسنا، ماذا عن صديقتك؟
لا، إنها لا تزال تبحث عن شيء، لكن لا أعرف ما هو.
هذا مؤسف. قاربنا على الوصول الآن، هيا بسرعة. النجدة يا حراس، أتعرضوا للهجوم.
ماذا؟ أيها الكاذب!
ما سبب هذا؟ وقت التخلص منه.
سخرية الأقدار.
ثمة شخص سوف يعاقب لقاء هذا.
Civilians, get out of the way. Got to be careful because civilians are close.
سأريق دمه.
قاتل! استدعوا الحراس!
أرجوك لا تؤذني.
لقد قدتني إلى فخ يجدر بي قتلك في مكانك.
اعفو عن الطيب حامد.
إذن أخبرني، أين أحمد بن موسى؟
أرجوك يا سيدي، إنني لا أعرف أين هو، حقا لا أعرف.
أخبرني لماذا قدتني إلى كمين إذن؟
هو من أجبرني على ذلك.
من هو؟ ليس أحمد قطعا.
لا أعرف اسمه، فقد كان يرتدي قناعا على الدوام.
وما الذي يريده هذا الرجل المقنع؟
إنه يأمرني بإبعاد الجميع عن موقع حفر بيت الحكمة،
وإلا ماذا؟
سيلحق الأذى برأسي مثل ما فعل مع الآخرين. أرجوك اعفو عن المتواضع حامد.
أين موقع الحفر هذا؟
في البادية خارج المدينة. هاك، دعني أرسم لك خريطة.
على الخريطة إرشادي إلى موقع الحفر.
واقعا دوست داشتم کمی از
يجب أن أتفقد الطابق الثاني.
فأنصحك بأسواق العباسية حتى تتأكد من أن الأسعار
Good example of how slowly Basm drops down, which is too slow. If the game didn't have him programmed to go down slowly, I would have made it before the detection meter got filled.
هيا من الخلف. كلب جبان.
وجدته.
Listen, you heard a horn. Is Eivor around? It's funny because earlier the enemies that have the horns that they blow, even when they're dead, it still comes up on their body in gold when you use Eagle Vision, which can be misleading because it makes you think that there's something you might have missed, but there isn't. I can understand they do it before you get to the enemy to indicate to you, that enemy has a horn. But once they're dead, there's no point in keeping it friggin' highlighted. It's ridiculous. But yeah, listen, they don't have to go light a beacon anymore in this game. They just... Alarm!
قف مكانك. ما الذي؟
حسنا، لنعد أدراجنا.
أثق في فراستك، لنبقى متابعين.
رويدك.
قاذفو النيران الذين ذكرهم وائل حقيقيون. أضرموا النيران في حذائي على بعد.
انتظر، ستموت الآن. أنا أراك سنعثر عليك. ستموت اليوم.
قضي الأمر. أتسمع يا حثالة؟
Classic prompt. You asshole, the prompt. I hate that in games. The prompt appears, you press the button, nothing happens.
الصغرى تعرضت لمضايقات من رجال.
Mr. Gote, Eivor still spawning in and won't be around for another few hundred years maybe. No, it's not that far between the events of this and Valhalla. But it's not like a year or anything either. Striker, the prompt is a lie. It really is a lot of the times. Game makes you think that you can do what it's supposed to let you do. Like imagine if there was a door that you knew was locked, but when you went to put the key in the door pretended that the key didn't work, even though you've used the same key 1,000 times. It's like, are you very serious right now? Duck.
على رسلك. أجل أنت.
سأعلمك ماذا؟ سأخرج فمك.
على يدي. إليك أيها الكلب.
حاجة. سوف تقاسي.
Ronan, loading in the symbol delays the input. That's right. It causes such a lagging response. It's like, come on. What is this? 1980 or something? Hey Sheila. I hope you had a good rest though. Welcome back. You missed 2 appointments Oh, you did you? Oh, okay. The game's going well. Considering I haven't actually desynced yet, still. But yeah, a lot of frustrating parts and moments.
رويدا مهلا موت
Oh my god. Oh, that's lucky. After a while, when that kind of thing happens in the Assassin's Creed games, if you don't do anything, you'll desynchronize because the game will treat it as if you've spent long enough in free fall to treat it like you're impacting on the ground. So that was lucky I was able to get out of that glitch. Otherwise, that could have ended the desync. And unlike when I do these challenges of my own, like the game literally stops you when you desync. So it wouldn't have mattered if it was a glitch or not that caused that. I would have had to accept it. There would have been no way around it. But if I was doing this as just a challenge without that mode active, it'd be a different story, because then I could say, well, if it's a glitch, I don't count. Whenever I do challenge playthroughs normally, if there's any glitches that cause me to die, if it's, a challenge like that or whatever the rules might be, glitches happening means that I don't have to restart the memory or restart the game or things like that. Sheila, the appointments aren't too crazy. Your afternoon appointments are much more important. Well, that's good though that you are still able to get a lot out of your day, with work. If you still got those other appointments. Yeah, Lucinda. I was like, this might be where it happens, but nope, luckily not. See how slowly he goes down? I don't understand this. They need to patch that. They patched it so you can climb up faster, but not to go down faster.
لست امرأة مؤمنة.
ما الذي يحدث؟
لست مهتما. اذهب.
نحن بين يدي الله.
لديك اعتقاد أن الإسماعيليين يشكلون تهديدا؟
إذا أقبل عليك
الآن بعد أن
لا أستطيع مقاومة غروب شمس
Ronan, so there's no hold button to drop. There is, yeah, that's what I was doing. But in this game, they make the character go down really slowly. To put it into perspective, in Assassin's Creed Unity, which came out in 2014, you can get down faster holding down the parkour down button down a building than Basim can.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to compare the two, found the same distance from the ground up, and then timed from the moment both started moving down, Arno would be down quicker. So would Jacob and Evie in Syndicate, and so would Bayek in Origins, and so would Cassandra in Odyssey. I mean, obviously in Odyssey you can just jump off anyway, but I mean to say, if you were going down in Assassin's Creed Odyssey down a building and holding down the button, you would go down faster. And I think Valhalla was the first game that made it sluggish, and this just continued that on. Even though this game is still in the same engine that Assassin's Creed Unity was done with back in 2014. It really does, Ronan. You know, it's like... it's things that can be done like they used to be, but they just refuse to. I don't understand it. Like, imagine this. You walk into a shop and you say to the person, you know, I really love the system you've got going here. And then the person goes, oh, I better change it then to something different. And then the next time the person comes in is like, oh, you changed your system. Why did you do that? The other one was perfect. Oh, I just can't be bothered. That's essentially Ubisoft. Oh, I just can't be bothered. Can't be bothered making things the same that were good earlier. You know, can't do that.
هذه أعمال حفر هائلة. ما الذي ينوون فعله؟ عمل مدهش يا صديقي. هل تنقب عن شيء للخليفة؟
هذا ليس من شأنك.
بقايا الحضارات القديمة تثير اهتمامي. أتمانع إذا ألقيت نظرة بالجوار؟
تفحص الصخور القديمة قدر ما تشاء، لكن لا تلمس أدواتنا وصناديقنا.
لا أجرؤ على ذلك.
هذا الحر يصيبني بالسقم. أريد التقيؤ.
لا شيء هنا من أجله. لا تسألي عن الطبيب حسان.
مرتزقات يحرسون الموقع. لابد أنهم وجدوا شيئا مهما.
متى نتقاضى أجورنا يا زعيم؟
هل أنت زعيم عصابة حاملي ندوب المعارك؟ لابد أنك تتقاضى أجرا جيدا.
ليس بالقدر الذي نريد أن نتقاضاه، أؤكد لك.
أتؤدي لي عملا صغيرا؟
ربما. ما طبيعة العمل إذن؟
أترى رجال الخليفة المتأنقين هناك؟ أحتاج من يعينني عليهم.
لندبر شيئا.
تتحدث كمرتزقة حقيقي. إليك عملة تقديرا مني.
ويحك، إنه عمل شريف.
متى نتقاضى أجورنا يا زعيم؟
نحن سنتقاضى أجورنا بشكل أو بآخر.
ليس لديهم الكثير لسرقته، لكن ذلك أفضل من عدمه.
يوجد قتيل. القاتل
لماذا؟
هنا.
ذلك العالم الأحمق بصناديقه الكثيرة.
إنها ثقيلة. أقسم أنها محفوظة.
يا إلهي، يوجد
على
قتيل.
رسلك.
قتيل.
لن يطول الأمر. كف عن ذلك.
سأطلب العون.
مهلا. لن أغفر. عليك اللعنة.
لا شيء. علي التأكد مما إذا كانت هناك صناديق أكثر بالجوار.
هيا، كان قد أبدي ما هو أفضل.
ماذا؟
حراسة
القوة يا
أيها
تبا.
رويدا موت.
هذا الصندوق عليه ختم أحمد المميز. لابد أنه ملكه. مثير للاهتمام. خطاب إلى أحمد من الطبيب حسان. لابد أن أحمد في المستشفى ويعمل مع هذا الطبيب. لكن ما علاقة مبتكر شهير بطبيب؟ لابد من وجود رابط ما.
فلتلقى ربك.
مرة أخرى. إنك عديم اللياقة.
ماذا؟
It's crazy the amount of clipping through enemies as you're killing them that goes on.
من الذي؟
This camel reminds me of Goethe from Assassin's Creed Origins. In the Hidden Ones DLC. for doing a side quest, you get them as a mount. It's funny in New Game Plus because you can actually make 2 of them appear. How's this for an album cover? Hey Zomb, things are going well, how about you? Still haven't had to still haven't had to restart. So the Permadeath's going well. But well and truly by this point, if I do get desynchronized, I won't be starting again to try again, even though you keep all the upgrades that you got. Which, in some ways, is weird that they would let that happen. You can even do this on New Game Plus, which is weird too. I guess if you're playing on the most difficult thing, maybe it would even out. But this is just on easy, because I wasn't sure how much of the game I was going to do last week. And ended up being the case that I did 10 hours of a stream and didn't desync. So I thought, well, I'll keep the playthrough going. And so here we are today. Already assassinated a target earlier in the stream.
البيمارستان المكان الذي يجتمع فيه أفضل معالجي بغداد. العثور على الطبيب حسان سيدلني على أحمد. أحتاج طريقة لدخول حجرة الطبيب حسان.
لا حياء هذه الأيام. هذا ليس من الشرطة بهذا.
Hey there, Brutus. How's it going today, dude?
هذا الخطاب يثبت ذلك. حسان متورط في التنظيم إلى أخمص قدميه. هذا هو شعار التنظيم. كل هذا يثبت أن الطبيب حسان واحد منهم.
You're going good, Brutus. Very sleepy. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Brutus. I hope that later you get some really good sleep. As for me, I'm doing really good. Still haven't desynchronized, so we're still going through the game. We'll see how it goes, I guess. So much easier without that pickpocket minigame, don't you find? Yeah, it definitely can be. Like, I don't mind it, but there are times where you wish you didn't have to worry about it. Now I've reached the point where I don't have to, so it's a good feeling.
تعرض بعض علماء بيت الحكمة للحريق وهم ينقذون الكتب. نريد الغرفة من أجل المصابين.
لا، ذلك مختبر الطبيب حسان الخاص. إنه مقفل ولا يسمح لأحد بدخوله.
هل سنترك ضحايا الحريق إذن بالخارج فحسب؟ هل من أحد يجيبني؟
من فضلك اخفض صوتك، إنك تزعج المرضى.
يبقي الطبيب حسان مختبره مغلقا. أتساءل لماذا؟
Ronan, Yubi are just weird. Both Ghost Recon games had very distinct mechanics and rules, and over many patches and time both were gutted. And now you can customize everything to play however you like. It's like that the dev teams couldn't decide how to do it and just gave up. Yeah, that just causes so much confusion and frustration as well. Because you think about how it used to be and how it worked really well. But now there's no way to go back to that. Because it's just so messed up from that point.
ينقصنا ما نقلق
على حدودنا فقط.
التي يخترعون بها حساب مواقع القبا باستخدام ذلك المنهج.
ما الذي كفر عن ذنوبك؟ أرى ها أنت ذا.
إنه المطلوب، لنستعد.
سأتولى.
لا، أنت.
سأتولى أمرك.
انزف. أترتعد أوصالك؟ أجل ضربة جيدة.
يا لبطئك مثير للشفقة. سوف تقاسي. لن تنال مني.
زجاج مكسور قد يكون وسيلة للدخول.
تمهل. ذق الموت.
وجدتك. سأطلق الإنذار. سخر. هيا ثمة خطف الماء. هيا.
مرة أخرى.
بطيء جدا.
مت أيها
ماذا؟ لن يطول الأمر.
راقب شيء.
أنت هنا صحيح. مهلا.
على يدي.
حنين اليوم داكما خرجت لجمال قرأت أحدث تعديلات ابن علي لكتاب السند هند. غريب للغاية.
ليس العيب في أساليبي بل في الآلية نفسها. إنها تحتاج إلى مزيد من المختبرين للبحث. إنني بالتأكيد لست بحاجة إلى تدخل مبتكر عديم النفع في العمل العظيم. ألست أنا الأزدهى العظيم المخيف؟ ربما لا يجب أن أجهر بذلك. ركز يا حسان.
مات الطبيب، والآن حان وقت العثور على أحمد وحل هذا اللغز اللعين.
باسم، ماذا جرى هنا؟
أين كنت يا أحمد؟
كنت بالجوار، إنني دائما بالجوار. هل لا تخبروني بما حدث؟
أتدري بأن هذا الرجل يعمل لصالح التنظيم؟
لقد دعاني منذ بضعة أسابيع بعد أن وجدوا شيئا في الصحراء، آلية قديمة من نوع ما. احتاجوا إلي
ولم تطرح أي أسئلة.
لا أطرح أسئلة عندما يتعلق الأمر بالعمل. وأنت؟
أخبرني بشأن هذه الآلية.
إنها تفتح مسارا داخل العقل إلى العالم القديم. هذه الآلية بشكل ما تفتح أبواب الإدراك.
هل رأيت هذا بنفسك؟
لا، لكنني سمعت حكايات عمن رأوا. إنهم ضائعون يا باسم، لأنهم يعتقدون أن ما رأوه هو الواقع. يعتقدون أنهم ينتمون إلى هذا العالم القديم. لم أكن أعرف شيئا عن تورط التنظيم. لو كنت أعرف لجئتك. إنني فقط انغمست في الأمر. أنت تعرفني يا باسم.
ستغادر هذا المكان وتعود إلى المقر. إن لم تخبر أحدا فلن أخبر مخلوقا.
مؤسف أن تنتهي تلك المعرفة دائما بالوقوع في الأيدي الخاطئة. صحيح يا باسم؟
لا أكترث لهذه الرسوم التوضيحية. فوضى عارمة، ضمادات رأس، لكن هذا مستشفى على كل حال. علي مواصلة التحقيق في المكتبة. الأفضل أن أستتر بالظل.
لا احترام لديك للسلطان؟
إنهم يحتجزون عليا الأعور في سجن المطبق.
الحديث عن تسجيل الوقت الشهر الماضي. لكن تلك العدسات قد قطعها. مادية عن قرب.
سيكون الحراس أشد انتباها مما مضى.
سنحتاج إلى تعقب الحركة والقياس. قوانين صاحب السوق الجديدة.
هل وصلتك أي أخبار من الجنوب؟
تعرف ما أكبر تهديد يواجهنا؟
I was saying before that if you're only interested in using Eagle Vision and you want to enhance the range, you also need to use your skill points to get stuff for the Eagle. So I'm only doing that to get the vision boost for the Eagle Vision. And now I'll grab this as well. This might come in handy. Kickback. After a successful parry, press circle to strike the parried enemy. Back to the roots with a skill tree. I remember that in AC1 fondly. So, if I do a longer of a playthrough as last time, you wouldn't be too surprised if I beat Permadeath mode today. You, on the other hand, given the last Permadeath mode you attempted, you were so underprepared for that, you joked you'd be taken out in the opening cutscene. Yeah, you wouldn't stand a chance. I don't think I'll be doing it this stream because there is a lot of story left, even after doing this next assassination. And I'll definitely not be doing a 10-hour stream again like last week. But I wanted to get 2 assassinations done in this stream if I could. And then next Wednesday, see how we do. Might be able to finish it next Wednesday, maybe. This would actually also be the first time with any Assassin's Creed game that I've done a playthrough where if I desynchronize, I have to restart the game from the start. If it does happen, I won't be restarting the game, but I mean to say, normally when I do a challenge with the Assassin's Creed series, with an exception of one that I've done, mainly it's just redo the memory from the start. So if I get killed or desynchronized in a memory, usually I restart the memory from scratch again. The only game that I've done a challenge with in the series where I've said, okay, if I mess up, I have to restart the whole game, was Syndicate. And that's one of the worst ones to have to do that with because you still need to redo all the burrows that you did before. That took 2 or 3, 4 hours to do all over again. Ronan, 11 p.m. and still 26 Celsius. Glad the AC is on. Just be careful it doesn't become self-aware and use a hidden blade.
أرى الجاحظ مؤخرا لم يحضر أي دروس. هل قرأت أحدث تعديلات ابن علي؟
أردت قراءة كتاب غاية الحكيم، لكن الحريق أتلفه.
من أحرق كل هذه الكتب النادرة والجدلية بالتأكيد ليس الخليفة.
كيف لي أن أعرف؟ من المفترض أن يحمينا الخليفة.
أين حنين؟ لقد استلف مني نقودا.
لا أعرف، اسأل أمين الكتب.
نشر شخص ما حراسا حول المكتبة.
ما الذي يجري هذه الأيام؟
Oh yeah, Zom. That is an annoying mission. Having to redo that part again over and over if you get caught.
قائمة جزئية من الكتب المحروقة أو المفقودة. ما معنى مخطوطة قديمة بلغة مجهولة؟
لكن ليس هذا شهر. سأسافر
المكتبة تحت الحراسة. لابد أن شيئا قد حدث.
No. No game. Game, have you ever heard of the concept of being level with what you want to jump to and actually keeping that level when you do the jump? Ever heard of that? Guess not. Whatever game. Combat it is.
الجانب الممتع. لست على عجلة من أمري. سأدهس أشلاء جسدك بحذائي.
كان ذلك من دواعي سرورنا. على يدي.
أمسكت بك. عود إلى هنا. سوف أسحقك. حشرة. ثمة شخص سوف
إنه أمين الكتب. ثمة شيء في يده. قماش. إنه ممزق من ثوب امرأة. لكن لمن يعود؟ إنه ميت. لكنه كتب منسخ بدمه. ترى حرائق غريبة وأمين ميت. شيء مروع. يجب أن أسرع.
Hey, Mr. Epic. How's things?
ربما تتلقى أراضي قصر الأمير.
Oh, that's good, Mr. Epic. That's good that things are going well. Assassin's Creed Unity celebrates its 10th anniversary. I'm going to be doing a few playthroughs to celebrate it. I don't know which one it will be and what I'll combine it with, but one of the ones I want to do is a French language playthrough of Unity. I've done it before, but I want to do a playthrough again of Unity with the French language selected. Normally I've only done it with the main story. I might actually do it in conjunction with other aspects of the game in the French language, like Paris stories and stuff. Casper, you're so torn. You want to play Mirage with those modifiers you said earlier, but you also have other games to play. I know what that's like, having so many games that it's like sometimes it's difficult to pick which one you actually want to go and play.
أتود سماع أنغامنا المبهجة؟
لا أريدك هنا. يستحسن أن أبقى متيقظا. على رسلك.
ماذا؟ قاتل! يوجد قاتل طريق.
تبا علي الهرب.
جهزوا السجين بناء على أوامر زهرة.
السجين هنا. يكون المفتاح لدى ذلك الحال.
ماذا حدث هنا؟ ما هذا؟ من أين؟ مهلا لحظة.
اخرج يا جبان، لم انتهي منك بعد.
Zom, during your playthrough, it took you a long time to find him, and you actually thought it was meant to go to another location a note would lead you to. But on the plus side, you did have fun systematically clearing out every guard through stealth. Yeah, I'm sort of like playing it fast and loose this stream. I was a bit more active with, or a bit more focused on doing things stealthily. But that's something that this game definitely does a lot better than Valhalla does, the stealth mechanics. However, there's still some things that can ruin it, like getting stuck on a little tiny rock on the ground, or getting stuck on a little corner of an edge of something, which can actually mess up your stealth, because in the time it takes for you to correct yourself, the enemy has already turned around and spotted you. Mr. Epic, thank you so very much for the 2 months in a row. That is awesome of you to do, and thank you for using your Prime for that as well. That's awesome, Mr. Epic. Thank you very much.
لن تجلب الكتب عليك سوى الأسى كما قالت انخرط في الأعمال التجارية، احصل على متجر، كن سعيدا. كم كانت محقة لو أنني استمعت إليك.
كان قدرك.
That animation that Basim just did, that's the same, or one of the same animations that Arno can do in Assassin's Creed Unity. And that's because this is the same game engine from 2014 being used. Ubisoft are deceptive though. They make you think they're using a different engine because there's things that the games now don't do that the others did. But it's simply because they don't want things that were possible in Unity to be done in the newer games. Things that don't actually ruin anything. They just decided they didn't want to do them anymore. Like, you can't do snap to cover, which is something you could do in Unity, but even in Syndicate you could still hug the corner and then the character would go into an animation that would let you know that they're still hidden from view. But now it's pretty much just guess and try and, you know, finagle your way to where you want the character to sit. It's something that they can do in Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla in this game, but they just refuse to do so. It's not a not possible thing, it's a too lazy, or whatever you want to say, to actually reinstate stuff.
من هاجم المتمردين؟
على رسلك. سأخرج فمك.
Zom, this game is the best stealth of all the RPG entries.
أحد أعضاء الثعابين.
But the combat can get problematic enough that it feels like it's forced stealth. The thing about this game's combat, I find, is that they go back to a more just trying to think. It's like they're trying to get back to more basic stuff, like dodge and parry, you know. And the combat systems from one game to the next, you know, change so much. You know, some people didn't like the quote-unquote easiness of the chain kills. So Ubisoft prevent that from happening, and then people are like, where are the chain kills gone? You know, Unity goes for a more sort of like, you need to think first before you attack. And if you're going to attack, you better be sure that you know how to, you know, roll out of the way or, you know, parry when needed. And the other games still have a bit of that, like Odyssey and Valhalla and this game, of course. But they try to go to something a bit more basic with this game. Which I don't necessarily mind, but for some people it might be boring and monotonous to have a system like that. Not too sure, Ronan, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know about any sort of like increase or anything like that. Have to look into that, but yeah, I just don't know. Mr. Epic, you loved Unity, one of the best parkour ACs you've ever played. You're bummed they never made a game like that ever again. I mean, like Origins and Odyssey, Valhalla felt so boring. Yeah, I think there's things that even Unity needed improving upon, but Ubisoft's idea of improving things is just taking them out completely. instead of trying to refine them and actually improve. Because I don't think that Unity ruins the parkour or anything like that. They tried to advance it a bit further, but because of the backlash of the game overall, and that they were like, oh, we better nerf the parkour in the next game. That's why you can't do manual jumps from Syndicate onwards.
لا تقتلني أرجوك، امنحني مزيدا من الوقت، لقد فككت شفرته تقريبا.
لا تقلق، لست هنا لقتلك. ما الذي تحاول فك شفرته؟
الكتاب. قلت لها إنني لن أستطيع. هذه ليست لغة أعرفها، لكنها لم تمنحني خيارا.
من؟
امرأة تدعى زهرة، إحدى العالمات هنا.
ما هذا الكتاب؟ ما اسمه؟
لا أعرف سوى أنه مكتوب في مخطوطة لا تشبه أي مخطوطة أخرى، وقد رأيت المئات. حسب كلام زهرة إنه قطعة أو بقايا أثرية أكثر من كونه كتابا. لقد كذبت بشأن تقدم المحرز حتى لا يقتلوني. لا أستطيع قراءة كلمة واحدة، لا أستطيع حتى الجزم بأنها لغة.
أين أعثر على زهرة؟
لا أعرف، قد تكون بأي مكان في المدينة. إنني أريد العودة إلى الديار فحسب.
حسنا، اذهب إلى مكان آمن قبل رجوع الحراس. لا بد من وجود ما يساعدني هنا. يشعرني هذا الكتاب بعدم ارتياح. سأتركه هنا. خطاب التنظيم يذكر عريب. إشارة بريئة أم شيء أكثر إذانا بالسوء؟ يحدد هذا الخطاب مكان أملاك العالمة زهرة. علي زيارة أملاك زهرة ومعرفة مدى تورطها في التنظيم. ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقصي الأمر. علي التخلص من هذا.
Mr. Epic, people hated the grapple mechanic in Syndicate, but you loved it. Yeah, I mean, I love to use it in Syndicate when I really need to get to the top of a building quickly, like, you know, if enemies are about to kill me, you know, things like that. I don't really use it too much for traversal. But something that I think would have been good if they did was actually allow you to manual aim with it, like you can in the Batman Arkham games. I think that would have been cool if they added that. It's so funny, Mr. Epic, because the challenge I was talking about earlier that I did with Syndicate, where I had to restart the game if I messed up, one of the challenge rules was I wasn't allowed to use the grapple at all. And I got to chapter 6, or memory sequence 6, and in the bank, I accidentally pressed the button to use the grapple. So I had to restart the game from the start, which meant I had to do all those 3 burrows again. I had some other challenge rules too, like one of them was I couldn't use Eagle Vision. There's some parts of the game where you're forced to. It'll automatically just trigger. Plus there were a whole other range of other things that I did. So you're fine with dodge and parry focus, but the quantity of buttons used being oversimplified doesn't help. And then there's how OP'd certain types of guards can get. Yeah, I hate the ones that the big guys with the heavy armor, and sometimes you can stealth kill them. Like I found sometimes you can kill them with the hidden blade when they're coughing up in smoke, but sometimes you can't. It's so annoying when it happens. Ronan, that's what you meant with Ghost Recon games. They didn't know who to make it for, so they made it customizable so anyone can play. Which is not a bad thing, but it shows the complete lack of direction or indecision. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, like, sometimes it's not that the thing in general is bad. It's just that it depends on how it's done. How it's implemented. And whether it actually fits the game in question as well. Why did the assassin become an auto mechanic? To get to the bottom of the carpool. To get to the bottom of the carpool. Nice one. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Mr. Gote. I did too, Mr. Epic. I do annual playthroughs of Arkham Asylum, City, and Night. And this year, I will hopefully be able to stream Arkham Knight through the Xbox app on OBS, if I can find some kind of patch or something to get rid of the control panel, or maybe there's an alternate Xbox app out there that I could get. Because normally...
لكن لا أحد في البيت. الآن فرصة المناسبة لتفتيش مكانها.
Normally when I play and stream Arkham Knight, it's from the console, and at certain points in the game, the broadcast pauses until you get past those parts in the game. And one of those parts of the game just so happens to be the ending of the game that viewers can't see on the stream. So it'd be good to actually bypass the Xbox's internal software for streaming with that game, so that doesn't actually happen anymore.
كتاب شعر آخر من تأليف عريب تحظى بشعبية جيدة ضمن أوساط معينة بالتأكيد. زهرة مرتبطة بالتنظيم حتما إلى جانب شخص ما يدعى الربيسو. عرفت كل ما بوسعي. من الأفضل أن أصعد إلى منطقة مرتفعة وأستعد. قد تعود زهرة في أي وقت.
Mr. Epic, I hope that in the next AC they finally fix the awful cloth physics. It somehow irritates you seeing robes glued to your legs. That's the thing too. The next one off the block is going to be AC Red, which will no doubt they'll reveal what the actual name of it's probably going to be. Although maybe they might just still call it Red as a subtitle, but I'm curious about that game just to see what stuff they fuck up. But maybe it'll end up being a good game. But I love the irony. For many years, fans have wanted a game set in Japan using the traditional Assassin's Creed style approach. And when we finally get one, it's the RPG approach. By the same team who did Odyssey. So it's going to have the same kind of dialogue choices and, everyone wants to fuck each other and, all that kind of, stuff. But who knows? Maybe it'll be more Syndicate than Odyssey. And as much as Syndicate does have its flaws, it is still a traditional Assassin's Creed, really, when you think about it. So maybe Ubisoft Quebec will pull a Syndicate, not an Odyssey. Because I think Odyssey is their worst game to date. Their best DLC to date is Freedom Cry. Their best game to date is Syndicate. So I have to wait and see what AC Red's going to be like. But I'm more interested in what Ubisoft Montreal is doing with Assassin's Creed Hexa. It seems more interesting. Seems like they're going to have a different approach. And there's so much that can be done with the witchcraft and the superstition and the hysteria of that time period that they're covering. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Templars are behind making the public think that there's witches and, you know, stuff that they need to take care of, and painting the assassins as, you know, a coven of witches or something. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the approach that they take. But yeah, I'm more excited about what Montreal's doing than what Quebec is doing. We'll just have to wait and see how things pan out.
أيها الخدم، أعدوا كأسا من عصير التمر على الثلج، وقدموه مع صحن من الخبز المعسول والرمان، ثم حضروا أملاح الاستحمام، فأنا منهكة تماما. الجنة حيث تجدينها. لا يزال ذلك العجوز الأحمق يعبث بقرصه القديم ومرضاه العاجزين.
طبعا.
الإجابات الحقيقية توجد في الكتب، دائما في الكتب. ألست محقة؟
دائما سيدتي.
عند الانتهاء من ترجمة ذلك الكتاب سنرى حينها من الرئيس الحقيقي للتنظيم.
كما تشائين سيدتي.
I love how the smoke bomb didn't go off. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Bullshit.
عاصفة الرملية. ماذا يجري؟ ماذا حدث هنا؟ على يدي. ما هذا؟
Here, catch. See that bullshit? I threw a smoke bomb at the ground, it hit the ground, and then nothing happened.
ظنت زهرة أن من شأن ذلك الكتاب الغريب تسيير عملهم العظيم. من حسن الحظ أن حنين لم يستطع ترجمة أي كلمة. علي العودة إلى الرفيق.
الرفيق. Mr. Epic, please Ubisoft, don't ruin AC Japan. You waited so long for an AC in that setting. Yeah, I mean, that setting has some great potential. And when I think about games in the past that were ninja and, you know, stealth, it's 2.5D, but a good example of some great stuff you can do stealth-wise is in Mark of the Ninja. There's really some cool sort of things you can do. Traps that you can set for the enemy to go into. You can make the enemy scared and start shooting. You know, all these sorts of things that a game set in Japan in Assassin's Creed could do really well, you know. And bringing back the crafting of different bombs would be cool from Revelations and stuff. But from what I can gather from what they've mentioned about Red, it's two protagonists, but unlike Odyssey and Valhalla, where it's like you choose one, then the other character has a different role. If you choose that character, then the one that you chose before has a different role. It's going to be like in Syndicate, where you have two separate characters who are in the story together that you play as well. Apparently one is a ninja and the other one is a samurai. So I imagine that the samurai is going to be better at combat and the ninja is going to be better at stealth. But what I'm worried about is what magic mumbo jumbo bullshit are they going to pull with Assassin's Creed Red as well. Because the thing about the Pieces of Eden and the Staff of Hermes Trismegistus and all that, it's not magic, it's technology. It's as stupid as saying that a PC is a magical instrument. We know it's technology. But if you took a PC and showed someone in Basim's time period and you showed them what it could do, they would think you were using magic. Does that mean it's magic? No. It just means that that person in that time period thinks that your technology is magic, but you know that it's just technology, you know. So things like that in the AC series, they confuse people because they oversaturate the newer games with all the magic stuff. And they come up with asinine logic as to why things can be done by just simply saying, oh, it's just because it's a magical object, when it's not, you know. Like if you took a mobile phone, can a mobile phone grow arms and legs and construct a building for you? No, it can't. You know, you can't make a piece of technology just do everything just because it's like, it's a fictional piece of technology. There still has to be limits, there still has to be a framework that you work on. And the thing about the AC series, two things that people get confused is the fact that it's technology and not magical items, and the fact that the ones who came before are not aliens. I watched someone stream on YouTube recently, and everyone in chat was saying, oh yeah, those aliens are really crazy in Assassin's Creed. It's like, what aliens? There's no aliens. There never has been aliens in Assassin's Creed. You know, they're not aliens. They're simply a race of beings that existed before humans did, that had far more advanced technology and created us. That doesn't make them aliens. It's not like they came from another planet and crash landed on Earth and then made us. They actually existed on Earth and then they made us, and then all their technology sort of got lost, some of it destroyed, as things happened on the planet. Hurricanes, flooding, earthquakes, you know, all these volcanic eruptions changed the landscape of the Earth. And so temples that had the technology inside them were buried, you know. So it's all technology. It's not some kind of magic thing, and it's not created by aliens or anything like that, you know. So I hope that AC Red doesn't have crazy shit like flying on dragons and all this kind of stuff, because it would be nonsense stuff. Ronan, just about to ask if the German Hex one was still a thing. Yeah, I'm glad that it is, because I just feel that on the face of it, people might be like, oh, so it's going to be a horror game, is it? It's like, well, there might be atmospheric stuff that you would see in a horror game. And I imagine that the Templars would love to make the public think that the technology that they're using is actually, you know, or rather that there's technology that the assassins use, which is magic, which is witchcraft, you know. I mean, they have confirmed that we're playing as a female protagonist, which I think is very, very good, because obviously women were the ones that were the majority, you know, ostracized in those time periods for being, you know, witches and all that kind of stuff. So it's very fitting for you to play as a female protagonist. Not that you don't need to, not that you have to have a specific reason, you know, or context to have a female character in any game, but there's so many things that they could do with the story set in that time period and with witchcraft as a focus. So I'm very interested to see what they're going to do with it as well. Yeah, exactly. Casper carrying the corpse. I was like, here, catch. Zombie, you've been replaying Bat Tank forever, Arkham Knight. It's crazy how glitchy it can get. Cloudburst level, hardest boss fight. Particular glitch, Cobra drone, endlessly void far away. Finally exploded, next Cobra came after you, knew instantly where you were and got some shots off Well, he had to flee. On the other hand, whereas we judged the glitch due to how massive a glitch it was, you stumbled into the end of the fight with Deathstroke's tank while you were in the tunnels, and he wasn't because of his running over and being one-shotted by a non-existent mine and then being teleported to your location, but in a blue hell before spawning out of the blue hell when Batman puts him into the Bat Tank's trunk seats. Yeah, I mean, Arkham Knight's Bat Tank stuff is definitely something that is a roadblock for people with that game. It's understandable, especially in the later levels. I kind of liked it, though, because it's part of what makes Batman who he is, just as much as his technology does. So I think it was fitting to have the Batmobile finally be something that you could get in and drive around in and also use it as a weapon. Mr. Epic reminds you of an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where Primitive World saw Picard's crew use technology, thought they were gods. You love old Star Trek so much, good stories, not like today's boring Trek. Well, that's the thing too with showcasing perceptions of stuff. You know, there's a great quote in Outlast that talks about, you know, if you showed a caveman technology, he would think it was magic. And if you showed, you know, someone like a man technology, if you showed him magic, he would think it was technology, you know. Ronan, the edgy and crude dialogue from Odyssey better not be in red. I would not be surprised, Ronan, if it is.
تراجع.
Like, I get it, you know. People want different experiences, and, you know, if there's romance options, then some people who are really into romance in games might, you know, want to explore that, which is fine. But Odyssey and their marketing basically hoodwinked certain people into thinking things were going to be one way, but they actually weren't, you know. And they essentially burned everyone by not executing things in the way that they had actually presented them to be, so they misrepresented how they were going to be, you know. Like, there were players who did not want to have any characters that would, you know, instigate romance, you know. And there's some players that, you know, obviously if they were playing as Cassandra, they wanted Cassandra to have romance options with other female characters in the game, and Alexius, you know, and all that kind of stuff, which is fine, but Ubisoft didn't actually deliver on what they promised, and so they added in things that force players to go a certain route with certain characters in romantic terms, you know. So it's like, if you're going to do that, especially with DLC, because that Legacy of the First Blade DLC was the second one, you know, where no matter what you say, if you play as Cassandra or if you play as Alexius, no matter what you say in dialogue choices, both characters, if you play them as the Eagle Bearer, will end up having a child. You know, and they edited one of the dialogue choices in episode 3 of that to make it. They tried to smooth it over. They basically were like, we'll change the line to, "Oh, I only did this to secure the bloodline." Which, you know, I get that can be a valid reason, but it's basically putting a band-aid over it. You know, so what they should have done is they should have been right. In the main game, if a player predominantly romanced male characters as Alexius, then when it comes to any sort of DLC, we must make sure that it actually remembers those choices, so that when we have a character that can potentially be a romantic interest for them, we make sure that they match the player's preference. So if you played as Cassandra and you romanced predominantly female characters in the narrative, then the DLC would recognize that, and so it would make Nima be the one who is Darius's surviving child, you know, and then it would be Cassandra and Nima who have a romance. You know, if you played as Alexius and predominantly romance male characters, then in the DLC it should be Natakis for Alexius. By the same token, if you played as Alexius and predominantly romanced female characters, then it should be Nima. If you predominantly romanced male characters as Cassandra, then it would be Natakis, you know. So that's something that they could have done, but because the people behind the DLC were very different to the people behind the main game, there was a miscommunication or a disconnect or a, you know, situation where they basically didn't take things into consideration as well, you know. If you're going to tell players that there's a wide variety of different things that you can, you know, choose to do, you make sure you deliver on it. You know, you don't give empty promises or make people think it's going to be one way when it's not. Like if I made a game that was about someone going around stealing cars, but I promoted it as a game where you play as someone who gives people flowers, well, guess what? The people who are expecting a game where you steal cars are going to be pissed off when they find out it's just a game where you steal flowers. I mean, where you give people flowers, you know, to use sort of like a stupid example. But the point I'm trying to make is, if you're going to promise something to consumers, you need to deliver it. Don't promise something and then not give it, you know, because it shows a lack of respect for the consumers that you know, are wanting to buy your product. But if you're just hoodwinking them, then you're not really going to be doing things in a way that is actually beneficial. And, you know, there would have been players that were like, I don't want any romance options, and if a character does have, like, you know, if they do flirt with the character and the player doesn't want to reciprocate that, then that should be respected. But it wasn't, because, you know, as I said, that DLC where they were like, oh yeah, regardless, the Eagle Bearer is going to fall for someone that, you know, we want them to fall for, not what you might have wanted the character to fall for. You know what I mean? So it was a big misstep. Oh, I better not use that lift. I was about to use the lift, and you got to be careful in these games, because when you use the lift, you can actually kill enemies and NPCs if they pass by. So I better not use that. I was just about to start to go towards it to use it, and then I thought, oh shit. Mr. Epic, you love the Batmobile in Arkham Knight. You really don't understand why people hated it. You don't have to use if you don't want to, except in a few missions. That's true. Yeah, there's definitely forced situations where you have to. I think it's beneficial to do as much of the stuff as you can to get XP, to get better skills, because you can improve the damage that you can take in the Batmobile and stuff. Mr. Gote, you still count Odyssey. Oh, you still couldn't enjoy Odyssey, it was very air. That's fair enough, Mr. Gote. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's things about Odyssey that I do like, and things like that, but it's definitely more of a... how can I put it? It's essentially what you would expect a non-Assassin's Creed RPG to be, but they tried to make it fit into the Assassin's Creed universe, and the two just didn't meld in the way that they did it. Yeah, Lucinda's like stealing flowers. The character sees like some flowers in someone's car, and they're like, I need to steal those flowers. And it's like a very expensive car, and the person is like, don't you want to steal the car? Fuck the car, the flowers, that's what I want to steal. They'll be like, yeah, sure, steal them, yeah. I won't be troubled. Mr. Goatee, AC, Stealing Flowers Edition. I wanted Basim to climb up this, but he didn't want to.
باسم انضم إلي على السطح.
فلتصحبك السلامة في رحلتك.
باسم كنت أعرف أنه أنت. ليس لديك وحدك أعين ترى من بعيد.
إذن يا تبت، هل ملأت الشوارع بالأعين والجواسيس؟
هكذا حياة الرفيق. لولا معرفتي أين كنا سنصير؟
المعرفة أداة، سلاح، يمكن استخدامها في الخير أو الشر، والتنظيم يستخدمها في الشر حقا.
ماذا عرفت؟
الفساد مستشر جدا داخل بيت الحكمة. إنهم يستخدمون كتابا قديما ليبنوا جهازا خبيثا.
لقد سمعت شائعات عن هذه البدعة الكفرية، يطلقون عليها العمل العظيم.
يجري التنظيم تجارب على الناس، تجارب قاتلة. لقد ردعتهم بشكل مؤقت، لكن شخصا يدعى الرابيس يدير الأمور في بيت الحكمة.
ألديك فكرة عمن قد تكون شخصية رابيس هذا؟
إنني أشتبه في العالم الكبير فاضل فهيم.
ذلك العجوز الواهن؟
الأدلة التي جمعتها تخبرني بذلك.
ربما. سيقيم بيت الحكمة ندوة كبيرة قريبا. اجتماع غير رسمي للعلماء، درس، مرطبات، لغو، حتى إن العظيمة عريب ستحضر. اذهب تجسس على هذا المدعو فاضل بحذر، لكن لا تشهر نصلك في الندوة. لا نريد أن نكشف أمرنا بعد. لكن إذا كان فاضل مذنبا وبمفرده، فحينها كالأفعى السم عليك لدغه. لكنك لابد أن تكون متأكدا.
قبل أن أتصرف سأكون متأكدا.
Okay, Vampire Anatomy 101. Crosses and holy water don't do dick. So forget what you've seen in the movies. You use a wooden stake, silver, or sunlight to kill them. You know how to use one of these? No, but I'll damn sure learn quick. Safety's off, rounds already chambered. Silver hollow point bullets filled with garlic. You aim for the head or the heart. Anything else, it's your ass. Thanks for redeeming that from the first Blade movie, Casper. I love that. What's another quote that I like from that movie is, damn. Yeah, I've forgotten it now. Sheila, Odyssey wasn't respecting any law. That's what she hated the most. That's true, Sheila, because it was written by people who don't like the Assassin's Creed law, so they wanted to make changes to the way that they wanted it. Which, I mean, hey, some people might like working on something that they hate to make it something that they like. But it's like, if you went into a shoe store and you grabbed a shoe off the shelf and you went to the person behind the counter and you said, you see this shoe? I hate this kind of shoe, but I still want you to give me a discount on that shoe so I can actually take it and then do what I want with the shoe. And then the store person's like, well, why don't you just buy the shoe that is for you that would really suit you on the shelf there? Oh no, I like that shoe, but I hate this shoe, and I want to take this shoe, and I want to make it like the one that I like. If you don't like something,
أتستمتع بالمنظر يا إنكيدو؟
then leave it and go for something you do like, So I get it, people need to work and they need to get money and stuff. So some people might not be into a genre of a game, for example, that they're working on. But there's an integrity of the product that needs to be upheld. And so if you're doing a game set in a certain genre and it's part of a franchise, you need to look at what are things that are important to the franchise that still need to be there. What are some things that can be added? But what are things that can be added that don't take away from the integrity or don't ruin the integrity of what's already there, but actually complements it and adds more to it and all that kind of stuff, you know? So, listen, listening to this and looking at another screen, this guy he's talking to right now sounds like a Sims character to you. Well, he did until he got all serious. That's a very, very weird feeling, though, you know? Like, I've had some games where I'm playing the game and there's audio from the stream that I'm watching and it matches what I'm actually playing. Like maybe sometimes it's the footsteps that are happening in the person's game are matching the movement of my character in my game that I am, you know, if I'm grinding for stuff off stream. Hey there, Ryu. I hope things are going well. Mr. Epic, you have also noticed that in the new AC games they're trying to stupidly funny to do stupidly funny, but the dialogue just feels so boring and gets you out of the game. It feels like the new Marvel movies that you don't watch anymore because of the same reason. Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing can definitely make or break something as well. The writing and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, in some ways, it's like if you took something that was serious and it had been serious for a while, and then you turned it into a parody in the same franchise. You know, it doesn't really work like that. You know, it doesn't really work well. So, if they were doing their own IP, and they wanted to make it a comedy RPG set in Greece, in that time period, then that's what they should have done. But it should not have been called Assassin's Creed anything. In fact, it shouldn't have had anything to do with Assassin's Creed. It should have been a new IP that they could then branch off from and make fun of the RPG genre, you know? They could have done that. And then it was up to Darby McDevitt and the other writers with Valhalla to try and smooth things over from what Odyssey had done to try and make things make a little bit more sense. Which is very difficult to even do when you're trying to be selective with content and playing Odyssey. Like whenever I do an annual playthrough of Odyssey, there's only so much I can do to smooth over a lot of the inconsistencies and annoying narratives by simply not doing certain quests. Hey Viper, welcome on in. I hope things are going well. We're working on this next assassination. That's good to hear you. I'm glad to hear that things are going well, dude.
معذرة، أبحث عن درس العالم الكبير.
سيبدأ درس فاضل فهيم حول أسلاف البشر السابقين على الطوفان عما قريب. استمتع بمخزوننا من أطايب الطعام والمرطبات اللذيذة من فضلك حالياً.
أين الشاعرة عريب المأمونية؟
قبل العشاء بإذن الله. لكن
أين عريب؟ تمنيت أن أنال نفحة من هالتها العظيمة. من النادر رؤيتها خارج المدينة المدورة.
المحبوبة في الحديقة تتأمل جمال وكمال الطبيعة.
أن يكون المرء زهرة بين يديها الحكيمتين هو إلهام لبيت شعر ركيك.
لابد أنها مرتاحة لتحررها من رعاتها الأثرياء.
لعلها تعيش حياة مزدوجة مثيرة وسرية، فتخرج من قصورها خلسة بحثاً عن الإلهام في حياة العامة.
أشك في ذلك.
Zom, here's something you find ironic. The Creed tenet of hide in plain sight still exists, but these have got to be the least covering of the face type hoods in the franchise. Yeah. I feel, though, it's very easy to take things literally in these games when they're not supposed to be. Like, in real life, if I walk down the street wearing an assassin outfit, I would stand out like a sore thumb, even at nighttime, you know. But in video game logic, I could go around in that outfit, and as long as I'm, you know, working within the confines of the video game logic, I can sit down on a bench between two other people and then become completely invisible to someone else who knows what I look like, but they forget what I look like while I'm sitting with the other two people, and stuff like that as well, you know. So it's a bit of a push and pull between video game logic versus realism, and that's in games in general that I find. Sometimes you need to prioritize video game logic over realism, and sometimes you need to prioritize realism over video game logic as well. Viper, everything's going good, just stuck in Tales of Arise. Ah, well, I hope you can get unstuck from where you are in that. Glad to hear that everything's going well, though, Viper, that's awesome. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's about time for you to get the day started. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. Thank you for being here, and I really hope that you have a great start to your day. And thank you so much. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda's doing a playthrough of Dishonored, and also Dishonored 2 and Death of the Outsider. It's one of her favorite game series, and so she's doing an annual playthrough of those games. That's her secondary game. From week to week, she alternates between secondary and primary. So this week, it'll be the secondary game of Dishonored. Next week, it'll be back to the primary game, which is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, playing through that game. We'll also be doing a playthrough of Mirage. Also a big fan of franchises like Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dying Light, and many more. A great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. That's okay, Lucinda. As always, no worries for the shout out. Casper, okay, I convinced you. You're downloading Mirage again? Ah, nice. So you're going to do this challenge? Going to give it a shot, Casper? That's cool. Mr. Epic, yeah, where's the serious tone of the old game where it really felt the danger of the Assassins and the Templars? It's like in Odyssey and Valhalla, you felt you're playing a parody game. Yeah, Mr. Epic, you know, and I think the unfortunate thing about Valhalla too is that because of Odyssey, I feel like in some ways that they were forced to add more comedy stuff in Valhalla, you know what I mean? So hopefully with Assassin's Creed Hexa, which is what Darby McDevitt's working on, hopefully he was able to maintain a serious tone with that game's story. Because I think it would be jarring in a story about women being persecuted as witches and killed, you know. I think it would be in bad taste to make moments in the game a parody of stuff, you know. It'd be like if all of a sudden you had an MP saying, oh, you know, she's a witch because she floats, you know, making a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, you know, something like that. So hopefully that's something that won't be the norm moving forward. As the AC series go on. Zom, there's also that, using an AC outfit helped Altair blend in with those monks in AC1, but since then the outfit makes you stick out like a sore thumb. Exactly, you know. And there's certain time periods where it's like, if an assassin walked out in daylight, it would be a massive red flag. Like the Wild West era. If you had an assassin in daylight going around wearing that outfit, there's no way you could, even with video game logic, make it that no one is noticing. So the way around that would be to introduce two things. One would be to, well, reintroduce changing your persona. So in Assassin's Creed Liberation, you've got three personas. You've got your assassin persona, which of course is the main one. but you've also got the other personas that Aveline can change into to blend in other social circles or other contexts that otherwise with the other persona it would be a case of instantly being recognized, you know. So they could bring that back for a game set in the Wild West era. Have it that you can change into the gunslinger persona, or the lawman persona, or the bounty hunter persona. You know, so if you wanted to get information from bounty hunters, but there's a bounty hunter who's actually after the assassins, then you can infiltrate their circle as the bounty hunter persona and get information that you can then use as an assassin, you know. But also introduce a system where you can't wear the assassin outfit during the day. You can only wear it at night, which means that there'll be some missions where you need to do daytime reconnaissance to help you at nighttime. And if you wanted to, you could still stick with wearing the other persona stuff at nighttime. But
التي تظهر أشعارها باستمرار في أماكن غير متوقعة.
But if you get caught in the other persona, then the character will make it harder for you to succeed because they'll notice you. They'll be like, hang on, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. So your other personas wouldn't make you invincible completely. Like, they wouldn't give you a pass in any situation. But if you're gathering information, it'd be easier to do it during the daytime as the different persona. And that's how you could get around it. But I don't think people would like that game anyway, because as soon as you say Wild West and Assassin's Creed, people are like, what? That's like mixing beer with ice cream. Although, there's probably ice cream and beer combinations that actually do taste good. So maybe I can't use that as an example I just pulled out of the top of my head.
ومن تسيح الفضاء ما مست الريح ثغرك البليغ لتجني من نشيد السراب يغني وقبلة سراء.
Ronan, no Malacca witches. Exactly. None of them. I think it'd be interesting atmosphere-wise too to have an Assassin's Creed. I mean, they've already tapped into it with Jack the Ripper DLC for Syndicate. You know, it's a really good, like, even if you're not really into the whole assassin kind of thing, if you're just looking for a short experience that is horror themed, then Jack the Ripper DLC for Syndicate is pretty good as well. They do a good job at creating atmosphere and stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with Hexa from that perspective too, as well.
ماذا؟
السماء والبحر بعيدان، لكنهما في عينيك أنت وحدك يلتقيان.
لقد قرأت أشعاري. ومن أنت يا ترى؟
محب للشعر ليس أكثر، وللنظام أيضا. أم هل أقول الفوضى؟
لا أعرف سوى شاعر واحد ممن يحبون الفوضى إلى هذا الحد، وهو علي بن محمد. هل أنت من محبي عمله الغث؟
التنافس بينكما أسطوري، من شأنه تعزيز الصناعة، لا يسعني الاختيار.
أنت لبق للغاية، لكنني أفضل البحث عن الإلهام وسط هذه الأزهار البديعة. طاب يومك.
لن تعجب علماء الرياضيات.
قلت لك سأراك بالجوار.
بالفعل. وما الذي أعادك؟
أريد أن أريك شيئا. تحتوي فتحات بيت الحكمة هذه على أكثر الحلي والأدوات غرابة.
سبق أن جئت هنا يا نهاد. هذه حجرة أحمد بن موسى. أكنت تتسللين إلى هناك؟
هل هذا يذكرك بكوابيسك؟
لا، بل شيء من البيمارستان، أو مخطط تدريب للمستترين.
أجل، الطرق السريعة للقتل بصمت، موت في ثوان. يصيبني بالقشعريرة، كما لو أنني أقترب من سر كوني.
تقرأين كثيرا عن السحرة والمدن المفقودة والمدفونة أسفل الكثبان.
أنت لا تقرأ بما يكفي، لعل هنالك عوالم أخرى، أناسا آخرين بالخارج وسط النجوم.
هذا هراء.
أحمد وإخوته قادرون على تصميم بعض الأجهزة المدهشة.
أخشى أن كل أفكاره ليست عملية بهذا القدر.
لا تختل بنفسك، فالعالم مليء بالعجائب.
لقد رأيت هذا الرسم التوضيحي من قبل. هل هذا ما أردت أن تريني إياه؟
نعم، لقد ذكرني بذلك الغرض الذي وجدناه في القصر. ما هو؟
رسم من كتاب قديم.
هناك شيء تخفيه عني.
لن ترغبي في معرفة ما يحدث خلف الأبواب المغلقة.
لماذا؟ لأنك أيضا لا تعرف؟
لأنه كما قال درويش، من الأفضل أحيانا ألا نعرف الحقيقة وراء ما يجب علينا فعله.
الحقيقة يا باسم هي أن كل شيء هنا نصب عينيك، لكنك ترفض النظر إليه. هذا يتعلق بك، لطالما كان الأمر يتعلق بك منذ تلك الليلة.
لقد قطعت عهدا يا نهال أن أترك حياتي القديمة وراء ظهري وأسلك مسار الظلال هذا.
وربما ستعثر على النور يوما ما، لكن حتى ذلك الحين سأسير خلفك في كل خطوة من مسيرتك كي أذكرك بألا تنسى من أنت.
هل ذلك تهديد؟
لا أعرف.
Just for those who might have been wondering what this thing is, it's not something that is story related. It's a codex. And you have the database, which is like it was in Valhalla, but you have History of Baghdad as well. And what I just interacted with has unlocked something in that. If you've ever played the Discovery Tour for Origins Odyssey of Valhalla, this is essentially the Discovery Tour, but instead of having it as a separate thing that you load into, they've made it as part of the actual game, so that you just go into the menu and look over that stuff if you want. So it'll show you the text, but also the imagery and things like that as well. So that's what those things are that make that noise when you go near them. Mr. Epic, you wonder if they're going to do multiverse things. Since Valhalla, Layla and Desmond were talking in the simulation about branching timelines. Yeah, I feel in some ways though, it's just setting up the reasoning for butchering certain timelines that have already been covered and characters that have already been covered. Like I'll use an example. If they can do a version of, let's say, Connor from Assassin's Creed 3, where he wasn't even born, and we play as someone completely different, and the events that transpired in AC3 are completely different as a result. That's all well and good for like a what-if story or a multiverse thing, but the problem with that is it can be very easily mistaken for actual canon stuff. You know what I mean? And that's the issue with something like Assassin's Creed, which has been going on for so long, is you don't want to confuse things. You don't want to have all these sort of like multiverse storylines, because if you say that everything's canon, then it means that people will not feel like anything is concrete, you know? It's kind of like the MCU, where you know that no one's going to die permanently, ever. If they do, it's only because they're waiting until the time they want to bring that character back. So I wouldn't want Assassin's Creed to be like that, where it's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter what happens in this timeline of events, because I know that they'll just, you know, act like it didn't happen. But for some people, it might be a situation where they go, no, I prefer this series of events. You know, like if it's a fresh series that hasn't been around for long, then doing that kind of thing definitely works better. Because you haven't set as many things in stone yet as the Assassin's Creed series has over time as well. But it would be interesting if they had it and framed it as you are just basically in present day running calculations, and you get to see the results of those calculations and then make adjustments. As long as it's still made clear that you're not experiencing events that actually have happened, you're experiencing events that the calculation is calculating could happen. And you might get to the end of that calculation and be like, so yeah, this is a dead end, but we've learned something that can be used to help in another, you know, thread. I wouldn't mind if it's like that. But if they straight up just don't have any present day component, and there's no indication that what is being shown is just a calculation that the character is making and just working through to see how things would end up if that were the course of events, then that would add so much confusion. Brennan, you just got Unity and Syndicate on PC for $23 with all DLC. You only played about 4 hours of Unity on console, so it should be interesting to see those differences you pointed out earlier. Oh yeah. Well, that's it too, you know, because there might be, you know, slight changes and differences, you know, that are not apparent straight away as well. But yeah, if you really look though, there's definitely things that you can tell that they've changed from one to the next. Sheila, you have to get to some appointments now. Thanks for the stream. Catch you later. That's okay, Sheila. Absolutely no trouble at all. And I hope that when you start your stream, that you have a good one. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel if you haven't before. Playing games like Dead by Daylight. Is a big fan of the supermassive horror games. The Dark Pictures series especially. Also a big fan of Assassin's Creed as well. He's currently also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Unity, doing a 100% playthrough of that game. So highly recommend checking out Sheila Locke if you haven't checked out his channel before. And absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out, Sheila. More than happy to give you one. I hope that things go well. So more explanation about going outside authorized map locations. Does that pertain to straying too far from the mission area, entering restricted areas, both, or something else? I initially thought it was basically like there might be some quests where if you get too far away from a target, they will actually desynchronize you. But then I thought, it's also probably for the boundary area. You know how if you go too far, there's like a animus wall that comes up, and you can go past the animus wall, and if you do, then if you stay beyond it too long, you'll get desynchronized. I thought it might be that as well. But then again, I don't know if this game does that from memory. I think it just basically stops you from going into the area at all. Hey, I'm in a bear suit. I hope things are going well. The challenge is going good. I still haven't messed up. So I'm going to keep on playing the game until I either finish the story or desynchronize. But going to be ending the stream soon, as long as I can get through the assassination that's coming up. Sheila, the stream will be fun. It's Unity today. Excellent, Sheila. That's cool. That'll be good to catch you streaming some more of that game and going through and doing, the extra content and stuff like that too. Mr. Epic, yeah, that's the problem with multiverse. It's being used lately for lazy writing, and then you begin to feel, for example, Edward Kenway dying doesn't matter because he's alive in another universe. You hate that. That's definitely fair, because it's like you go through such a connection with a character, and then when they get killed off, it means something, and it impacts you. But then, if you find out that they're just going to come back to life in the same universe or a multiverse thing, then it's like, well, why kill them off anyway? It can really ruin things.
يا حنين، كان ينبغي أن تتمهل العودة.
أعرف، لا أزال متوترا، لكنني لم أستطع الابتعاد عن كتبي.
لا مفر من تأدية واجبنا دائما.
وداعا.
انتبهوا أيها الحاضرون في الندوة، سيبدأ درس العالم الكبير بعد قليل. استمتعوا بوجباتنا الخفيفة الوفيرة وكياسة زملائكم الضيوف. سيبدأ الدرس قريبا. من فضلك استمتع بصحبة الضيوف الآخرين حتى يستدعيك الجرس.
محاربون مخيفون من الشمال، لابد أنهم من الأرمن.
من المقرر أن ترتفع ضرائب زاد ضريبة
ماذا الآن؟
قد يكون ذلك العالم الفلكي واحدا منهم، إلى أني أشك في ذلك. سيدي، لقد تشرفت بمعرفتك.
من الجيد رؤية الشباب يستمتعون ببيت الحكمة.
تعتقد أن العالم الكبير سيلقي درسا جيدا؟
لا تهدر وقتك في الاستماع إلى ترهاته. لقد كتبت العديد من الكتب العملية والتأديبية بدلا من ذلك.
عن أي الموضوعات؟
لقد كتبت باستفاضة عن الساعات الشمسية والأسطرلابات والنجوم والكواكب ومحيط الأرض.
مذهل يا سيدي. سأقرأ مزيدا من أعمالك قريبا. وداعا. يبدو أن الدرس على وشك البدء. علي الرجوع إلى الكهرمان.
I just wanted to get that thing out of the road because the noise that it makes can get annoying, because it probably would have still kept on going during the cutscene conversation just now.
أستميحك عذرا، هل درس فاضل فهيم على وشك البدء؟
بالفعل، تفضل بالداخل.
مرحبا بكم جميعا في بيت الحكمة، مركز التعلم في بغداد، بل في العالم بأسره. أنا فاضل فهيم الكمسة، العالم الأول في بيت الحكمة وأحكم الحكماء. اليوم سأصدمكم بما قد يبدو كلاما كفريا صارخا. لا تخافوا أيها الصالحون، رغم أنني كهل فإن ذهني لا يزال حادا كالفولاذ. سأتحدث اليوم عن الخفايا، عن مخلوقات من العصر السابق على الطوفان. ألا يخبرنا الأنبياء القدامى عن عمالقة وجدوا قبل الطوفان، هجروا الله وعبدوا أصناما باطلة؟ أليس من الممكن أن يكون هؤلاء العمالقة قد بنوا عجائب وأعمالا ذات قوة مذهلة ضاعت منا الآن؟
ماتت زهرة وحسان، قتلا بنصل حشاش.
ماتا؟
أنصحك بالاختباء حتى يصبح الوضع آمنا. نعتذر لكم جميعا، لكن درسنا قد انتهى. من فضلكم لا تترددوا في استكشاف حجرات بيت الحكمة الممتازة العديدة.
تسمي نفسك العالم الكبير يا فاضل. يا من تحرق الكتب أملا في أن يستر الدخان جرائمك. كم عدد الذين ضحيت بهم بحثا عن المعرفة؟ كم استخدمت وأذيت وتخلصت باسم الاكتشاف؟ والآن تختبئ داخل بيت الحكمة، البيت الذي انحرفت به عن غايته. لكنني سأعثر عليك وسأحقق العدالة لكل روح عاملتها بوحشية من أجل عملك العظيم.
That's the quote I put as my go live message. The last part there that Basim said.
الخبر صحيح. فاضل يقود التنظيم في العباسية، علي ملاحقته.
على ذلك لسنوات وأنا متأكدة من أن لديك صعوبة في العثور على أبي جعفر. إذا ذهبت إلى بيت
المحتال العجوز فاضل قد اختبأ
في مرصده الجديد. لم أره في ضوء النهار لأسابيع.
كم هذا مشوق. ما الذي أخاف العالم الكبير في رأيك؟
لا بد أن العجوز الأحمق قد تخيل أحد مخلوقاته في العصر السابق على الطوفان. عار عليه بحق.
لكن إلى أين هرب؟
يشاع أن هناك ممرات خفية أسفل بيت الحكمة، ربما اختبأ هناك بالأسفل.
سمعت بستاني السطح يذكر هذه الأماكن. أجل،
سأورد هذه التفصيلة في أبياتي الشعرية. لقد اختبأ العالم في الأنفاق السرية بعد فراره، تطارده الأوهام ساعيا نحو دماره.
ماذا ترى يا صديقي؟
ממש טוב לראות אותך.
المكان خال، سأستخدم أسلحتي مجددا عند الحاجة.
قد يحتاجون إلى معقل في هذا الجانب من المدينة. سنفرض النظام إن لزم الأمر.
علي أن ألزم السطح. ثمة عمل كثير لأدائه بالأعلى هنا، كما أنه أكثر أماناً. وسأتجنب الأروقة المظلمة، خاصة بعد جريمة المكتبة تلك. إلى ما يتحول هذا المكان؟ والصرخات الآتية من السرداب. سماع آلام كهذه تجعلني أرتعد خوفاً.
أين سأصادفك مرة أخرى.
هراء، نحن
دعنا لا نتراخى في الشارع.
هل هناك خطب ما؟ مهلا.
مهلا، ما الذي يجري؟ تأهبوا، لدينا رفقة.
عموما لا يبدو أن هناك من سينقض عليكم.
مهلا.
علي أن ألزم السطح. ثمة عمل كثير لأدائه بالأعلى هنا، كما أنه أكثر
قد
أماناً.
يكون هذا المفتاح
وسأتجنب الأروقة المظلمة، خاصة بعد جريمة المكتبة تلك. إلى ما يتحول هذا المكان؟ والصرخات الآتية من السرداب. سماع آلام كهذه تجعلني أرتعد خوفاً.
يستحسن ألا أستخدم أسلحتي هنا. يبدو هذا كمدخل خفي.
لن يضعني أحد في ذلك الشيء أبدا.
لدينا الكثير من المتطوعين.
لن أدخل هناك ولو نزعت أسناني بحديد ساخن.
مهلا، ما ذلك؟ ها؟ من هو؟
ما الذي يحدث؟ افتحوا عيونكم، أحدهم ينوي على شيء ما.
ثمة خطب فادح هنا، رائحة من العفن والحديد. ماذا فعلوا بهؤلاء الناس؟ قد تساعدني تلك الأردية على الاقتراب من فاضل. لن يحتاج المسكين إلى هذا مجددا. سيساعدني هذا على التخفي.
أعدني إلى هناك. لا أنتمي إلى هذا المكان.
لا يمكنني مقابلة العالم دون رداء المميز.
هذا العالم لا يبدو صحيحا. فليعدني أحد إلى المكان المشرق الساطع.
الشخص التالي، ادخل الآن.
ثمة أهوال هنا، لكن الأفظع هو أنني قد رأيت كل ذلك من قبل بشكل ما.
من يجرؤ على التدخل في عمل العظيم، قتل حلفائي وإفساد دروسي؟ إنها إهانة.
يبدو أن ذلك من عمل حشاش متمرس.
لابد أنهم فصيل ما في المدينة المدورة، أو أحد أولئك الغاشمين الغيورين في الشرقية.
جرائم القتل هذه متقنة بالنسبة لمرتزقة.
لا يهم. ما إن أفهم كيفية عمل الآلية، سأثبت نفسي للبهموت.
من هنا أيها المعتوه.
أنت جديد؟ ألست كذلك؟ إنني لا أعرفك. وعدوك بالذهب عندما تطوعت، أليس كذلك؟ ما أنت بصدد أن تشهده يفوق كل ثروات الدنيا. لا تخف. هل أنت خائف؟ هذا عملي العظيم، أدعوه الروح. ستأخذك في رحلة إلى عالم آخر. لما ترك الأولون خلفهم هذا العالم مليئا بالحمقى؟ ولما لم يتركوا من أمثالي إلا القليل؟ ندعو هذا بيت الحكمة، لكن أسسه غير سليمة، لأن أسفل بيت الحكمة تقبع زنزانة الجهل، وعلى أسرار مظلمة كهذه نبني فلسفاتنا. العلم أنبل غاية، والمعرفة أعظم قوة.
لا،
لا. ماذا إذن؟
العدل.
Hey Sailcat, how's it going?
قد يكون هذا المكان، قد يكون هنا حيث تكمن المعرفة المطلقة. إنه ليس كما أتذكره. وراء الأبواب بدا أكثر إشراقا.
لكن في النهاية كل ما نراه هو الظلام. أحتاج إلى الخروج من هنا والعودة إلى تبن. ملاحظات العالم: إنه يؤمن بهذه الكائنات القديمة، أسياد الذاكرة. لا جدال في الأمر، كان فاضل متورطا في التنظيم إلى أخمص قدميه.
Afro never have ever used those pursuit breakers. I haven't yet myself either in this game, to be honest. It's cool that it's there as an option to do, but I haven't really found any situations where I really need to do it.
Okay,
we've assassinated another main target. I'll just finish out this quest, and then that's where I'm going to call it a stream.
أنصتوا يا من ستسافرون. يحذركم صاحب الشرطة أن الطرق
ماذا يحدث؟
باسم ابن إسحاق،
كيف وصلت إلى هنا؟
أمر سهل، اتبعت آثار الدم فحسب.
لا يجب أن تكوني هنا.
هل تكلمه؟
أحيانا، نعم.
لكنه لا يرد، وأنا أرد. لقد افترقنا منذ ذلك اليوم، لكن ما رأيناه حين كنا في القصر، هذا النور، هذه الأصوات، لا يمكن أن تكون قد نسيتها.
على عكسك يا نهال، أنا أدع الماضي في الماضي.
أتسمي البارحة ماضياً؟ وهذا الجني الذي يراودك، هذا الظل المنفر الذي يسحق صدرك، أزحف عائداً إلى الماضي هو الآخر؟
لا، إنه لا يزال هنا. في بعض الأحيان، حتى في النهار، أشعر بأنفاسه على رقبتي، حيث يغزو الكابوس العالم الحقيقي، أو ربما كان دوما جزءا منه.
هذا جزء من واقعك يا باسم، أنا جزء من واقعك أيضا، أنا ماضيك. أخبرني، هل ستتركني هناك في زوايا ذاكرتك المظلمة؟
لن أفعل.
ماذا لو اخترعت مكنسة آلية للبساط؟ باسم،
انتهى الأمر.
وكيف سار ذلك؟
سنؤجل هذا الحديث إلى يوم آخر، لنتابعه في إحدى أسمارنا على نار المخيم.
أحسنت صنعا يا صديقي.
سأرجع إلى عملي. تعرف أنني أشعر بالملل بسهولة. شكرا على ما فعلته يا باسم.
إنها الحقيقة، لقد أحسنت صنعا. سؤال أخير، عريب هل كانت متورطة؟
ليس على حد علمي، لكننا يجب أن نظل يقظين.
اطمئن باسم، أنا بجوارك. باسم، تمهل.
لا أستطيع تركهم في انتظاري.
هل يعي رفاقك أن صائدهم كان مطاردا في منامه؟
لو كان في منامي فقط لتحملته، لكنه تبعني عندما فررت من الأنبار. الآن صار يترصدني عندما أقتل من أطارده.
تقصد رجال القصر المقنعين؟
مات 4 بيدي، والأخير رأس الأفعى سيلحق بهم عما قريب.
لما تقطع الرأس وبإمكانك حل عقدة اللسان؟
ماذا؟ لما قد...
كان الجني يبطش في المنام فقط، لم يلازمك يوميا قط حتى فتحت الصندوق. عرف المقنعون ما بداخل الغرض القديم الذي استيقظ حين لمسته، لعل لديهم إجابات كأحياء أكثر منهم كأموات.
إنني أطارد أعدائي، إنني لا أقاسمهم رغيفي. لقد أديت يمينا يا نهال.
كيف تطاردهم وأنت مطارد؟ إن استطعت السير في الظلام حرا دون عبء فستخدم النور أفضل.
إني أبعد نصلي عن الأبرياء وليس عن تنظيم القدماء.
إن لم تسل خصومك فسل أصدقائك على الأقل عما كان يسكن ذلك الصندوق ولماذا سعوا إليه.
ينتظرني رفاقي عند مقر الحربية.
صفي ذهنك يا باسم. ركز على المهمة التي أمامك.
That's a neat trick, making the broom go through the ground. A job well done is a job done well. Afro, they are quite scarce, much like those crossing the street poles. Never seen one when you need one. That's true. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to introduce something like that, you'd think they'd make them a bit more prominent in the game environment. So, okay, you're hoping this comes to Game Pass soon. Yeah, I don't know what the time frame will be. I'm sure it will eventually. It just needs to do whatever they want on Ubisoft Plus first, and their own sort of like service. Zombie could say the trick is sweeping them off their feet. That broom is a very deadly weapon. Might not seem like it, but it can just take one hit with a broom to do you in sometimes. So this is the end of today's stream, and got through another stream without desynchronizing. So we're still on the first attempt, but for this playthrough I'm only doing one attempt, because I wanted to try it out last week, and I wasn't sure how long I would last, and then I ended up lasting the 10-hour stream, and now I've ended up lasting this 7-hour and 14-minute stream, and haven't desynced yet. So the plan will be to resume this playthrough next Wednesday. My Thursday and Friday game, though, is a surprise. It's a game that I've been wanting to play for a while now, and I haven't played before, so I'm looking forward to jumping into that game. So if you see me streaming something that isn't Assassin's Creed Mirage and isn't Red Dead Redemption 1, then you know it's Thursday for me. On the weekend, I'll be getting back to Red Dead Redemption series with my annual playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 1, and then next Monday I'll be finishing off Tomb Raider 3, and then the game that I start this week on Thursday and Friday will become the new game to replace Tomb Raider 3 Remastered. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. And we're going to raid out to Crocodiles. He's playing through Assassin's Creed Unity, so we'll stick to the Assassin's Creed theme. That's true, Casper, yeah. It's crazy to think, isn't it? The days and weeks can just go very, very quickly. Thank you so much for the GGs, Ronan. I definitely understand that. I don't blame you, Ronan. Thank you so much for being here, though. I really do appreciate it. I hope that things go well, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day or night. And yeah, when you install Unity and fire it up, I hope you have a good time with it. Thank you, Zomb. I definitely will have a good one. You too as well. I hope you have a good one too. Would like to highly recommend people check out Amateur Tech, who has been doing some Back for Blood, also playing through the Tomb Raider series, Most recent game that they're up to is Tomb Raider Chronicles. Carbon is playing Black Flag. He's also a fan of Pokemon and also does from time to time programming streams. I'm in a Bear Suit is playing games like The Last of Us Part 1. He does challenge runs with that game, doing anything from Permadeath by chapter to Permadeath for the whole game. Also playing games like Evil Within and Dark Souls. Highly recommend checking out Lucinda. Lucinda's playing through Dishonored, is going to be doing the trilogy of those games, and is also playing through Assassin's Creed Mirage. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, sorry, and will be doing Mirage afterwards as well. Mr. Gote plays games like Mortal Kombat 11, as well as the Outlast series and Dead Space also, as well as Ghost Recon. Highly recommend checking out Plasma as well. They were also doing the permadeath mode for Assassin's Creed Mirage. Also highly recommend checking out Shillerlock, playing games like Dead by Daylight, as well as the horror games by Supermassive, the Dark Pictures series especially. Also plays Assassin's Creed, doing a Assassin's Creed Unity 100% playthrough. Also highly recommend checking out Shaky, who is playing through Deus Ex Human Revolution. We're going to go and raid to Crocodiles for some Assassin's Creed Unity action. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's one with some free follower emotes attached to it as well. I'll also put in chat one for subscribers. There we go, and we'll kick off the raid. And just to recap, there's the current schedule. So the Thursday and Friday game that's to be announced is a surprise one. So whatever you see me streaming that isn't Assassin's Creed Mirage or Red Dead Redemption 1, that'll be the game for Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I need to edit that. It's actually Red Dead Redemption 1 now. And then Monday and Tuesday next week will be Tomb Raider 3 Remastered, but I anticipate that I'll be finishing that game on Monday instead. So that would then mean that the rest of that Monday, if I have time, but also Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Well, sorry, not Wednesday next week, but if I finish Tomb Raider 3 on Monday, then the game that I'm starting tomorrow will also be continued on Monday, and then going through on Tuesday, and then Thursday and Friday. We'll just see how we go with Mirage, see if we can get through the rest of the game without desyncing. If I don't manage to get through the rest of the game without desyncing, then I'll just end the playthrough there anyway, and just have it be as one attempt. Hey Ayad, I definitely will have a good one. You too as well. Red Dead 1 will be on the weekend. Zom, what a strange glare to end on. I know, right, isn't it? It's like, Basim, it's okay. We don't mean you any harm.
ربما يكون مختبئا.